Recording in progress.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to the March 11th, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting. Call the meeting to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Domzinger.
Ready to begin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Move to acknowledge certificate of posting. Can I please entertain a motion to approve? So moved. First and a second. We have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. That'll take us to board announcements and committee updates. Supervisor Sotelo, would you like to start?
I'm gonna go ahead and wait when we do our regular agenda.
All right. Supervisor Zanger. Supervisor Velasquez.
Nothing here.
Supervisor Curro.
I just have one that's not part of our regular agenda item, which is there is a public member for District 4 on the CAB board that is open and available. A notice went out, and I am going to be hopefully working with the PIO, doing a little outreach to be able to get someone on that, if that's possible. So if they have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, and I will get you information about the CAB board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just have a couple brief ones. First, held a meeting that was productive with Caltrans, some emergency services folks, Steve Luke from Public Works, Chris Mangano, about the Rocks Road median 101 and the requests that we've made to look at closing that median, particularly the left turn traffic from Rocks Road being a danger area. And it was a productive meeting, and it looks like things are moving forward with the likelihood of closing it off to the public with emergency vehicle access only. So we'll have more on that going forward. And then secondly, had an event Saturday, was glad to attend at John Z. Hernandez Park, just honoring veterans with Vietnam War Veterans Day coming up on March 29th. So that is it for my announcements, and that would take us to the public comment. Do we have public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Rob Bernowski.
Good morning, supervisors. As usual, I appreciate you listening. And as usual, I pretty much have one topic, the hospital. So a couple things I want to point out. San Benito County is an exception. I think we're one of the 4 counties that are Prop 13 constrained significantly, and it really hurts your ability to operate our county, but other entities as well. And I make that point because the state trying to apply a cookie cooker approach, one size fits all, to our problems won't work. It doesn't work with the hospital. It does not work with all the rooftops we have coming in and no way to pay for the infrastructure that's necessary. So again, I come here just to keep the hospital at the top of your mind. So the things that have changed since I was last here, February 11th, the district board continues to make some decisions that don't make sense. By way of example, they're spending $8.3 million on capital investments that are giving it to Insight if that transaction should go for free. And we know that because of the January board meeting where they were analyzing the deal and they're using the old value, but meanwhile, they're paying $8.3 million out of their checking account for capital improvements that are not working into the fair market value. So that's a problem. Our group met last week. We have a plan. I'll probably disclose that at your next meeting. And then if it's okay, I want to point out the magnitude of Hazel Hawkins Hospital. Again, I'm going to give you this document, but since July of 2021, or beginning July 1st, 2021, this hospital has billed and collected $538 million in revenue. That's $500 million. That's why this is so important, and which is why I would like to give you, if, with your permission, is another write-up that sort of says, how did the hospital get to where it was? And it's sort of like an odd take on it, but hopefully I write these things up and you'll actually read it. But going back to where I started, you guys had a legislative session with Senator Laird, Rob Rivas, and a member of Zoe Lufgren's office. I really, truly feel we have no representation here. Not only were the principals not here, but when I asked for like Senator Laird's AIDS business card, oh, I don't have any. The state legislature is either going to help us or they're going to hurt us with the hospital. And I really encourage you to develop a relationship where they actually want to listen to yourselves and people like me. And then finally, Board Chair Kosmicki, if you would like to see more of me here, please give us the access to the internet in the building here. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Elia Salinas.
Good morning, Supervisors. And Mr. Bernowski is correct when it comes to how do we have oversight over a district hospital, yet no one is, other than Mr. Bernowski and a small group of people, are paying attention to what's going on with the hospital. How does the Board of Supervisors, when they don't want to negotiate a JPA, how do you, because you represent the entire county and the hospital belongs to the entire county, how do you access this information? How do you keep on these elected 5 hospital district representatives of the county when they keep making decisions that are not in favor of the county to lose this hospital? Well, I tried, and Richard Betancourt, when we first were about having problems with the hospitals, is, well, the last time the hospital did a municipal service review was back in 2007. So why can't we, LAFCO at the time, initiate a municipal service report? Through LAFCO, you have more access than anything else. So I encourage the 2 supervisors that are now on LAFCO to continue with the municipal service reviews and add Hazel Hawkins, the district health district, whatever their title is, Hazel Hawkins, is at them as a priority so that you can see exactly what is going on. Because you sit at LAFCO, you put on a different hat, but sitting here as a supervisor, you have the ability, you have the ability because you are also on LAFCO. And I would encourage you to try to use that position as a supervisor representing the entire county of how that hospital affects everybody. We cannot, as a community, lose that hospital. And I know that you have been trying and you have been stalled, and you've been stalled by administration there. And there's been a thing where even administration doesn't even get doesn't get the information to the district. So how do you prevent that from happening? Again, I would encourage you to try to get an emergency, a top priority via your LAFCO representatives. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Great, thank you very much. That takes us to consent agenda. These matters will be considered as a whole without discussion unless an item is removed from consent. Do any supervisors have any items they want to remove from the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Curro?
I unfortunately have 4, 1.2, 1.3, 1.6, and 1.7. Thank you.
Others? Supervisor Sotelo?
I wanted to pull 1.3 as well.
Okay. Second, 3, and then I'll pull 1.4 as well for some additional language proposed. So that would, So that would take us to entertaining a motion for approval of the remainder of the items. Oh, public comment on consent. I apologize. I thought I did it already. Sorry. Yeah, public comment for consent. My fault.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Elias Salinas.
And I apologize, I don't have my glasses, and I read the agenda, and I don't remember the item number, but it has to do with increasing, I believe, the rehabilitation for in-service and for, I think it's drug rehab for behavior health. I don't remember the number, but it's going from almost to $1 million, and it's increasing, and it has all these numbers like 1,600, 300, and 35, and I apologize, I don't have my glasses, so I'm not able to, I'm asking you to look at it. How does it increase, and how do they come up with 1,600? Are there actually 1,600 residents in San Benito County that are using, that the services are being used for? Are there actually 1,600 residents, again, that are using another separate service? Because it's broken down, 1,600, and then it's broken down to 300, and it comes down to, they break it down that it costs like $43 or something per incident. And then yet, at the very bottom, it has for counseling session, it has like 34. So how does having 1,600, sending them out of the area because we don't have the services here, how do you have 1,600 people, but yet you only have 34 counseling sessions? Shouldn't they also be continuing having counseling sessions? And maybe I don't understand it, but the way I read it is we're sending individuals out of the county, and are we actually sending people to King City, or is that a typo? Does King City actually provide services that Hollister, which is bigger than King City, not have those services? And it's possible because it's not the city itself, but it's a county facility. So are we actually, from Hollister, sending people all the way down to King City? Because that's what's reported on that. So I've asked before, and I would hope you guys, I'm sorry, I apologize for calling you guys. I hope you all would consider actually putting on an agenda item in the future of how to be able to do audits for all these contracts. Because we're talking millions of dollars are going out of the county for services that we don't provide, but yet San Benito County has the millions of dollars to pay contractors to provide these services. If millions of dollars can be afforded by San Benito County, and we're the poorest county, how is it that those millions of dollars cannot stay here and can be provided by hiring individuals? And I know everybody says we can't hire people, but if you can spend millions of dollars, I think San Benito County can afford that level of service. Thank you.
Rob Bernowski.
Hi, I'd like to address item 1.10, 1.10. This has to do with your auditing the county's financial statements. And I want to connect this to my work, with the hospital. And, something strange is going on there at the hospital. We all know that. Who knows where it's coming from? I think I know, but we won't know for sure. But looking at what happened with the library situation, and then, more recently, I went over to court to witness something where $72,000 was embezzled from the Lad Lane PTO. My whole point being with this is the selection of your audit firm is really, really important, and the scope of work that they're doing. And before you approve this, I would just like to make sure you're looking at, are they going to opine on the internal controls of the county of San Benito? And again, literally before I was coming here, I was listening to a congressional hearing on control of federal overpayments. And just by way of example, the testimony was that this is the Medicare, Medicaid type thing is, last year they overpaid $152 billion of missed payments, right? Huge number. And then, the other side is pointing out, yeah, but they caught it. Well, the point is not to let the mistakes happen to begin with. So I was looking at the hospital's audit report, and their auditors do not report on the internal controls of the entity. And I'm just thinking that maybe you guys want to make sure, you supervisors want to make sure that you are getting that opinion that the internal controls of the County of San Benito as an entity are robust. So anyway, thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Great, so that would bring us to entertaining a motion for approving consent agenda with the exception of 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.6, and 1.7. Can I please entertain a motion for approval?
So moved.
We have a first, we have a second.
Second.
First and a second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That would take us to item 1.2. So this would be appoint Supervisor Sotelo to the San Benito County Agricultural Element Stakeholder Planning Group. And I believe, oh, no, sorry, that's 1.3. 1.2 is rescind all fixed terms for board committees and commissions assignments for supervisor members and confirm appointments are at the will of the board. Supervisor Curl.
I only have some things to clarify. Even though this recommendation is to have appointments for one term or 1 year, is that including changing or going against what LAFCO government code states, which is a 4-year term, or is this, are you trying to change that? I just want clarification on that.
If I may, and legal can certainly step in, but we don't have the right to dictate the regulations overseeing LAFCO. So if that needs to be explicitly stated in the resolution, I'd certainly be fine with an amendment, but I think it goes without saying just legally. But I understand where you're coming from. I figured you might ask that question.
Just wanted to make sure.
But no, we don't. As far as I know, if legal wants to chime in, LAFCO has 4-year terms, and that's set in state law.
Okay, great. The only other thing that I had is in this short period of time that I've been an elected official, the one thing that I think has made committees and ad hocs, more committees than ad hocs, non-functional, is the turnover. And I will take blame for some of the turnover because of not fully understanding that when you're assigned a committee, it sometimes takes you 3 to 4 meetings before you're fully up to speed to be able to actually move things forward. There's a learning curve there. My only recommendation, because I know that this will get approved by this board, is that future chairs look at committee assignments and we come up with a way of ensuring that if there are individuals that have been on committees, that instead of just changing it up, seeing if there's a willingness to remain on those committees. Some of these committees are like, for example, it is the Integrated Waste Task Force, local task force meeting. We have three members on that committee, and all 3 are brand new. And the very first item we were asked to vote on was the proposed budget. And we got it at the meeting. So we are working with staff on that. I'll do an update on that during the regular agenda item. But understanding that those types of things, we may need to have a more consistent term on committees. And in speaking with committee staff, it makes their jobs more efficient. That's my only 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to public comment and then come back to the board if that's okay.
I don't think we have to go to public comment again once it's pulled.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
change your
I
board rules.
apologize. Yeah, we switched that up. So back for discussion.
Unless there's another comment, I would just make a motion.
Any other thoughts?
I mean, I don't have a whole lot more to say, but I agree 100% with Supervisor Curro. And I think, we've learned, and I think that there's a better way of doing this, but I also respect the position of chair and having the authority to make changes and things like that. But I do think just adopting a resolution that just changes everything to a single term is really not in the best benefit or in the best interest of the community and the county as a whole. But
Yeah, and I would just, since brought this forward, I would just say that, and Supervisor Zanger and I believe, have had this issue for a while, is that the chair has discretion from year to year, and we already know that there are no real terms. Terms are not a real, they're just in name only, basically, because the chair has discretion from year to year, and our legal counsel has stepped in and said very openly that a prior board can't hold a future board to any sort of rules like this. So in essence, there are no terms. We're just verifying and being transparent that there aren't terms. I will also say that the chair, in my opinion, should take into account if somebody is on a committee and there's a benefit to continuity, then they should certainly give strong consideration to make the recommendation to keep people on those. But I will, as I said this in the past, I think rotation can be a good thing as well. That's all I have to say on that. Any other further comments? I'll take it to a motion. Do I have a motion to approve? So moved. Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
We have a 3-2 vote. Supervisor Sotelo and Curro opposed. Supervisor Velasquez, myself, and Zanger in favor. That would take us to 1.3. So this would be appoint Supervisor Sotelo to the San Benito County Agricultural Elements Stakeholder Planning Group. And we had that pulled by Supervisor Curro and Sotelo, I believe. So
And I full-heartedly support Supervisor Sotelo being on this committee, but being on the Ag and Rural Steering Committee at the NACO level and working with the ag stakeholders meeting and being at those meetings and having such a large portion of my district being part of the ag industry, a major part of the ag industry and the rangeland industry, I would humbly request that you reconsider and potentially appoint me to this stakeholder committee. And I did speak with Supervisor Sotelo, so she knew I was going to be requesting this.
and Supervisor Sotelo.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate getting the nomination for this. However, I do agree with Supervisor Curro. In light of all of my time with Farm Bureau, I think that she is the one that represents the district with the kind of that has a lot of the ag in it. And I think that with the committees she's sitting on with CSAC and NACO representing ag, it makes sense. It's a better fit, I think, for her at this time. So I would gladly give that seat up and refer to her if she'd like to take it.
Great. Any other further thoughts? I'm fine with making that switch. Made the recommendation based on, I think both you are qualified. Supervisor Sotelo has a background with the Farm Bureau. That was just sort of the inherent thought. But I personally would be fine making the switch. So I'd like to just entertain a motion for, if somebody wants to entertain a motion for Supervisor Curro to be appointed to the Agricultural Element Stakeholder Planning Group.
Yes, I'll motion to appoint Supervisor Curro to the Ag Element Stakeholder Planning Group.
And do we have a second?
I'll second that.
It doesn't matter, but Supervisor Sotelo, second. All those in favor, please
Aye.
say aye. Aye.
I'm going to abstain from this one,
All
just
right.
to be politically correct, and I thank the board for this consideration.
Of course. Appreciate the thoughts. And then 1.4, that would be approved letter to Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren urging support for FEMA to appeal determination of not eligible for public assistance for the Coalinga Road and Old Hernandez Road Bridge and road project, FEMA reimbursement in the amount of $642,000. And I had pulled this, but I made a mistake. I meant to pull 1.6, so
I pulled 1.6.
you did, so
Yep.
we're good on that. So I would just entertain a motion to approve 1.4. So moved. We have a first, we have
I'll
a second.
second.
A second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none. Passes unanimously. So that would take us to 1.6. Apologize for that. Got mixed up with Zoe Lofgren there. So delegate authority for a letter to legislators on both state and federal budgetary request letters to Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, Assemblymember Rivas, State Senator John Laird, and authorize chair to sign. So who would like to start on that since this was pulled by multiple?
It's up to you.
I was going to add that came up after the letter was initially drafted, the concept of adding an additional 2 items to request, which would be the costs for the bridge projects, one on Cienega Road and one in Carr Avenue in Aromas. These are both around $3 million projects. And the thought in particular was that Cienega Road would be a beneficial addition to the letter particularly, might draw interest from the Congresswoman because of its benefit to tourism in the area and the wineries. And then Carr Avenue, of course, in Aromas, it's a very small bridge, but these are two bridges that we ended up having to pay for. They didn't qualify for the federal bridge program, so that would be adding those items to the letter, if that's okay with the board. And we will, and then Supervisor Curro, did you have something?
My
additional?
only comment was I would really like to see the draft of the letter and authorize minor corrections if needed, but I would really like to see the draft of the letter before it's just a blanket. I mean, so that there's a draft that we have all agreed is the baseline of what we're giving authority for, if that would be a consideration that the board would look at.
That's fair. Staff, does anybody know if there's a timing issue on that? Is there, if there is there a way that we could still approve it today and get sign-off authority?
Yeah, so yes, there is a timing issues. We don't know when the congressional request is going to open up, and when it does, we have a very short window to submit. So there are 3 projects in the background kind of proposed to be on the letter. Staff is working on getting the final numbers from various departments, and with that, we have tourism, or to support tourism for Pinnacles National Park, funding for cybersecurity within the county infrastructure, and funding for homelessness and cleanup efforts were the 3 identified. But we could circulate a letter if the board is okay, separately to the board, and incorporate input from everybody before we have the chair approve, if that's the direction from the board.
I mean, my suggestion would be to delegate authority to the CAO's office for final approval, but to get, have an ability for supervisors to add suggestions to the letter. But
That
so
would
that
be
we could approve it
appreciated.
today, delegating authority so that we don't have to stall the process.
And totally understand the timing is very tight, so I would approve that with your added items.
Okay, great, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments?
Just to clarify, the additional items, the car bridge.
It's the funding for the Cienega Road Bridge.
And Steve, you have more information on those, right? Yeah. So I don't know the number offhand. Do you?
It's about $3 million
Yeah.
for each bridge. Cienega Road Bridge is essentially on the route to the wineries, so it plays an instrumental role in, infrastructure to promote tourism.
Right.
And Carr Avenue is just a really dangerous bridge. It's a small bridge that's dilapidated and desperately needs to be replaced. So that's essentially, unless there's anything else on that. But we thought, why not go for those? Those are larger chunks of money. If the Congresswoman is kind enough to push for those, that may free up dollars, because these are essentially, I believe, Measure G dollars that would free up Measure G dollars for other road needs. So we, can I entertain a motion to approve the letter delegating authority for CAO to give final approval with suggestions going out to the board, with the addition of the 2 bridge projects being added to the letter?
So moved.
We have a first, we have a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Passes unanimously. That would take us to 1.7, which is approve creation of the budget fiscal year 25-26 ad hoc committee and assign Supervisor Kuzmicki and Velasquez to the ad hoc.
I have no problem with this ad hoc. I just wanted a little more clarification and transparency for the community about the purpose of the ad hoc and how it will be working with administration on the budget. And kind of, just kind of what's your vision of the ad hoc and what they're doing?
I can start, Supervisor Velasquez, if you want to chime in, but the thought basically was this is a somewhat chaotic year. We have an interim CAO. We have a transition in our budget office. And we need to get moving on the budget. I've been in this seat for going on 5 years, and we've had several years where there's been this sort of, well, there's a lot going on, so we're just gonna do the status quo this year. And the budget is maybe the most important thing we do. So it was basically to just take suggestions from the board, go back, work with staff on maybe looking at a few areas in the budget that the board might be interested in prioritizing as far as making changes, and coming back with those recommendations and it would be clear that those recommendations are from the ad hoc. I don't necessarily think staff should, I think staff's going to have their own recommendations. We'll have recommendations. If we agree, we agree. But I think we'll just try to be as transparent as we can, but just bringing some ideas to the table on the budget, because we have a lot going on basically financially, and we know what a lot of those issues are, so.
I totally agree and support the ad hoc. I would just like to, with the procurement, still the policy and the contract module not being fully implemented across the county, countywide. It's in a pilot right now with one department. Recognizing that contract management and administration is an area that we could really tighten our belt and make sure that our scopes are correct and ensure that we're getting the services that we intended. I think there's some real reform in our contracts and making sure that our scope of work is not only what's included, but what's not included, so that we're very clear for future change orders, especially when it's coming to roads work and big major projects. But keeping in mind that right now, contracts are not connected to the budget, and ensuring that every department is looking at their open contracts and that they're included in their future budget and do not come back to the board saying, I forgot to include this in my budget, but you already approved the contract, so now you have to give me the money. No offense, department. That was not to offend anyone. That was just, I just want to make sure, because we don't have the connectivity that we're striving for. I'm hopeful that this is a way of kind of recognizing where these contract issues are.
I just going to say, I fully agree with you, and I think it's very important that we're very clear what our budget is and not seeing increases every other meeting. It's important for all the different groups to be very clear on what they're trying to accomplish for the year.
And I know you and I can totally agree on this from things in my past, the careers in my past. Contract management is budget management, and that's all I want to say about it. And I really appreciate the ad hoc stepping up to help out and ensure that the budget moves forward, because it is a very important part. And I want to thank Henny, interim CAO, Henny Ring, for all of her work, because she's been proactive on the budget right now.
Yeah, I would just add, I think it's important for all the supervisors to give input if there are areas that they're concerned about, so we can look deeply into those areas. So,
Uncommitted funds, unencumbered funds.
most importantly, I think for everyone is, we don't know what we're facing this year or the next year, but we know we're going on a ride. So we need to make sure we're protecting this county as much as we can so we can survive the roller coaster ride.
Totally agree.
Further questions, comments? And I would just also agree with your comments. I would suggest supervisors, if because we're already into March and we're getting closer to crunch time on the budget, you have recommendations for the budget, just to communicate those to the CAO's office so that we can bring those to the discussion. As opposed to potentially bringing a budget draft and having those budget sessions, and then we're just trying to avoid having sort of a time crunch as we get closer to making these key decisions on the budget. And I'd be glad to bring back, I guess I should ask, what is the timeline? Do we have a current timeline for budget hearings, the more formal budget hearings?
Yeah, we have, the budget instructions have been disseminated out to the departments. I don't have it in front of me, but you have the, oh, right here, it's the calendar. First one is, our first budget hearing will be April 15th. And then second budget hearing will be May 13th.
Okay, so I would just suggest supervisors either communicate to the CAO or try to put some work into going through the budget and bringing those to April 13th, so we can stay ahead of the curve on the budget this year and we're not having to make difficult decisions at the last moment. So
My only ending comment, and Steve's going to know where I'm going with this, sorry, Steve. Always looking at the CSAs and ensuring that the CSAs are covering their costs, and if they're not, that understanding, and I know this is hard for property owners that are new to our community, but understanding that we can't have negative deficits in CSA budgets, because that is in-kind gifts from the taxpayers, and CSAs are to pay for their services and have Prop 218 elections if they need to increase their services. So those are my areas of concern, but I do thank you for creating the ad hoc.
hearing no further comments, can I entertain a motion for approval?
So moved.
We have a first, we have a second. We have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. And that, I believe, takes us through consent. Unless I'm missing any, okay. We would be moving on to public hearing 2.1, review and adopt ordinance amendments to delete and restate in their entirety portions of San Benito County Code related to zoning, Title 25. We have Abraham Prado and Ariel Goodspeed. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, fellow supervisors, and members of the public. Thank you so much for having me back here to bring, as the board directed, sections of the zoning code to be adopted. I won't get in too much detail because you've actually seen most of this material now a few times, but just there was a couple points I did want to highlight from the last direction of the board, and then also there was an agenda request from one of the supervisors. So I'll just hit on those changes that were included today. So under public hearing procedures, we removed the notice of application procedures under certain sections, and then included additional requirements for public hearing and noticing under section 2501-007A, including boundaries of notifications, a statement that a public hearing is not required for administrative use permits, and for all other discretionary entitlements, the time, date, and location of the public hearing. And then also that the language would be clarifying and clearly indicating, and it would change it from 300 feet to 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet is actually required on certain types of applications already. Very large projects, but not as the standard. And so we're just going to make it the standard for all projects. So it's going above and beyond what's required in government code. The one change that is being proposed is in the last code that I presented, we had including a requirement for 1 year waiting period on reapplications, but there had been a request through Supervisor Zanger for it to be 2 years. So if you adopted that change, it's a one word change. And when they come back for reapplication, that had been denied by the Board of Supervisors. Appeals, expansions, and non-conforming uses, structures, and sites. There weren't any changes. This is the same that you've seen the last couple times. Crowing fowl permits, this is the same you've seen the last few times. This had also been a request to really update our code on include what enforcement is required to further address cockfighting. We also included permit standards and facility requirements and inspections. This is something new being presented to you. There was a conversation at the dais at the last meeting about charging stations and when it's appropriate to maybe add them. And so what staff brought for consideration is that it would be a conditional use permit would be required to go to Planning Commission, and it would it could only be as an accessory use to some other commercial activity that was being proposed. This was brought to kind of address and put in code to specify when this could be allowed. If there's any changes to this, staff's happy to make those adjustments. The land use tables, you've seen this before, and there weren't any other additional changes. However, after adopting all of the cannabis amendments, and we have been receiving, and it came up this last week, several new cannabis applications, and staff would actually maybe recommend through the board having us go back and look at addressing just a few more design criteria, including fencing and security requirements. It wasn't specifically spelled out for cannabis requirements in ag zones, and so now processing some of those new applications after updating those codes, it might be good to have staff take a look at a couple of those things now. In residential zones, the commercial kennels, hobby kennels, short-term rentals, commercial zones, the brewery, distillery, winery, that the winery may include tasting room, hadn't been in there, farm equipment sales and accessory repairs and services, sale of fruit and vegetables on roadside stands, tasting rooms, standalone, indoor shooting range, pet shop, short-term rentals. So you've seen this before. And then similarly, the brewery, distillery, winery, just really the agritourism and allowing it in different districts and really trying to promote that here in the county. In the commercial zones, added venue as administrative permit, drive-through restaurants and drinking establishments, nightclubs. Again, this is only in our commercial zones. We removed labor supply, employee housing. It's included, but it goes by a different definition. So we just updated that. Indoor shooting range, added to commercial, light industrial, and heavy industrial zones. It hadn't been in there prior, and so this just allowed for where could this type of activity be within the county, and we did include design standards as well. And then the rest, energy and gas recovery, recycling, salvage repair, household goods operations. This is all what you've seen before. Under public, quasi-public, the main thing that you see is different is that the removal of landfills, as that was a change under Measure A. So that is not in here, and that will, any code requirements would, zoning code requirements would be updated as part of that general plan amendment to be consistent. Pet shops, commercial kennels, and hobby kennels. Before, we just had code on hobby kennels, but not code on when does a hobby kennel become a commercial kennel, what kind of design requirements do we need for pet shops, and so we just didn't have code, and so we just added that in there in case someone in the county is looking to do that. Mobile home and recreational vehicles. This really came out of code enforcement and being able to just better regulate, blight or types of houses that can be used for temporary housing, and when it can't be used. And so this was just to help code enforcement be able to regulate those occurrences. And then, as mentioned before, the standards that were added into commercial sports shooting, indoor shooting range, things such as parcel size, or the feet distance for bullet traps or emergency kits, just as some standard code in there for anyone coming in. For ADUs, most of this was just keeping up with state law. There's, updates to state law, so we added some of those things. But, two things I would like to highlight is we did add 2 ADUs allowed per lot, but again, that's only if they have available services. So if they don't have water, if they don't have septic or sewer, then it wouldn't be something that would be permissible. In addition, we added in the following, impact fees shall be based on the state's requirements for ADUs used to implement the county's impact fee schedule as adopted by the Board of Supervisors. So the state has put in their reductions to impact fees for ADUs and JADUs. However, the board can actually go above and beyond waiving of impact fees, and so we put that in there to allow if at any point in the future the board decided to waive that, we didn't have to make any adjustments. And staff's recommendation is that the Board of Supervisors accepts the first reading to review the recommended amendments to delete and restate in their entirety portions of code related to zoning Title 25 zoning, chapters 2501, general provisions and administration, 2502, permits and other planning actions, 2503, zoning map and districts, 2507, general development standards, 2508, standards for specific uses, and 2509, glossary, and adopt said amendments on March 25th, 2025 during the second reading.
All right, we'll open the public hearing. Do we have any public comments?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And we have Ms. Salinas.
Thank you. Good morning. I just want to make a comment on the waiting period. It should go ahead and please stay at 1 year, although you probably have the votes and it's going to go to 2 years. But it is a long time. 1 year is a long time, especially when it's costing individuals money. 2 years is going to double the cost on having to do that. And then on the ag rezoning, I, along with Supervisor Curro, were at a meeting last month where I learned that farmers are not allowed to get organically certified if a 5-acre plot or just the neighbor along the land of the farm has animals. So I would like somehow for this to be brought back up, I guess through the planning commission. But if I have 100 acres and it's organic, and then one house decides to have chickens, a horse, pigs, goat, whatever, then that farm that has been organically certified is taken off the list. So it's costing the farmer, and we need to protect our farmers, it's costing them a lot of money to get, so now they can't grow organic. So there has to be some kind of an ordinance, or it's added to the zoning that from now on, anyone who's going to be purchasing a home, selling a home, that they cannot have animals next to a farm. There's got to be a way to stop them, because it's more detrimental to the agriculture industry than it is to the landowner. So you have 10 acres of organic land, and then you have a house next door, and whatever they have, the 10 acres is more valuable of organic than it is to have the one house who has chickens or roosters or cockfighting, or dog kennels. So I became aware of that last month, and I thought it was really important to bring that subject up today while you're talking about this, because I'm hoping that it opens up the door. And I'm kind of surprised that the farmers hadn't brought this forth to the Board of Supervisors, to the Planning Commission, or just to the county in general through their ag commissioner on how detrimental this is. And I was told that it's literally hundreds of thousands of dollars that it's affecting them on farming. So if you all can have direct staff to get more information, to bring it forward, to include it into your zoning, would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Curro, would you like to start?
Glad to start. So I'm going to go in the order of my comments, and some of these may not be direct to what was presented today, but for consideration for future amendments. The cannabis amendments for new applications, I completely support bringing back the fencing and security. We need to make sure if we are bringing this, we're bringing it with security and clarity for these applicants. So I would support that. The ag tourism promotion how, and I'm not sure how we can do this, but my understanding is that if we're promoting hospitality and tourism, and that is our primary focus right now, that there's a way in zoning to promote hospitality that's not big commercial hospitality, but boutique or a certain level of hospitality, by changing some of the permitting requirements and it can potentially waive CEQA requirements because the benefit of the hospitality outweighs the benefit to our community versus the environmental impact. Is that something that is true?
Yes, that has been and presented as part of the first presentation was looking at up to 5,000 square feet that they not need to, it would be a permitted use and would come through building. And we kind of did take that out, and we could separately start exploring that. I know that there's other just code, like design standards for housing projects that we're also being discussed as being interested in looking at too. But there's a lot of different opportunities. I mean, you could, really put it in certain zones where we permit by right. You could create specific design standards in those zones of how it should be, and really, kind of promote those small businesses, starting out, getting their feet in, local residents and bringing that into those commercial dollars into the community.
Okay, so if that's something that this board would consider bringing back as a conversation piece, but also when you're talking about housing standards, we need to be looking at the islands and the sphere of influence areas of our cities, and making sure that we have some consistency and collaboration with our cities to ensure that if we have islands, that are we following the city standards or are we following the county standards? I don't think there was a lot in this about that, but if that's something you can also consider, just some feedback from me. The pet shops and commercial kennels, I didn't see anything in this that addressed the consistency of animal control ordinances, the difference between cities and the county, and again, the islands, the sphere of influence. I've been receiving several calls from residents that are in the city, in my district, but are right next to an unincorporated area, and that the standards are not the same. And to help code enforcement have some consistency, if that could be something that could be brought back in future.
Yes, staff had initially started a little bit of work on it. It's the Title 13 Animal Codes. That's where
Title
it's
13.
addressed.
Okay.
However, as we're doing this big haul on our ag element and working to address, what should our big overarching policies be on animals throughout the county, we pause because that, those general plan policies will kind of dictate and update that code. But yes, it is on staff's radar and something that's really important to be done. And
I would agree with the public comment about ensuring that when we're bringing that back and looking at that we are a farm-friendly community, and if we have, if new property owners are coming in and using land that is impacting farmland, we need to have policies in place that are protecting the farm-friendly side. So I completely agree. It was news to me when I was at the stakeholder meeting for the ag element. It was very interesting to hear how many of them had been affected because of someone that just brought a horse. Just a horse. It was, you guys were there. It was just amazing. I had no idea. So if that could also be a discussion for future consideration by this body. And then how does the shooting ordinance and the gun ranges, how do these changes impact existing, and are they fully aware if there are impacts on existing gun ranges? Because I really feel like anything that we're doing, if we have not informed, I have a lot of gun ranges in South County. Whether they're all on the list or not, I just know there's a lot of them down there. If we do not have them included in that conversation, I would be concerned about how it impacts their businesses. So those are my comments, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, staff. Great presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Velasquez.
Yeah, I have a quick question on the charging stations. At what number does it trigger having to go to the planning commission?
Any charging station requires going to planning commission.
So is that something we can adjust? So if you have a small spot, maybe they can have up to 6 stations or something, so they don't have to go through all that. I mean, it's just so common now to have that service. Make it a little easier.
Okay.
And going back to the conversation about horses next door and animals, this is something that's been known for a while. I'm surprised anybody's shocked about this. We've talked about this, how we're losing prime farmland because we're allowing developments to start happening under this pretense that it's not going to hurt the farm that's there. It's just a few houses. Or let's go on a bigger scale, plopping down a high school next to prime ag land. Imagine what that's going to do to that farmland. This is not by accident. This is well planned, and we need to make sure we're protecting that land way ahead. We need to make sure that never again do we see an effort by the city to try to expand their sphere of influence by 3,000 acres of prime farmland. We need to be in that conversation way ahead so this doesn't happen. I've said that we were about a month away from losing 3,000 acres of farmland. Luckily, the people have spoken up, but that's how close we were, and nobody knew it. Now all these things are coming up, and the public is starting to understand it. We are an ag community. We need to protect that. We need to plan better, and there are ways to do that. It doesn't mean it's zero growth. It's just we stop the stupid growth, and we can start addressing that, making sure we're clear on this, so when those applications come in saying, oh, it's just one little deal here, well, one little deal can affect 10 acres or can affect 100 acres or more. So let's be very clear, very strict on what we're doing in the future.
Thank you, Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding a few of the comments that have been made, definitely interested in bringing back the cannabis discussion for the regulations and whatnot. Also, I'm fine hearing about the idea of, I guess, smaller overnight stays in hotels as a permitted. So if I can understand, Supervisor Curro, your suggestion would be to allow under a certain size, like a standard permitted use as opposed to a conditional, right?
It would be where they wouldn't have to go through a CEQA process because the benefit outweighs. And I'm not sure which permit, I think it's administrative, if I'm correct on that.
So permitted by right, so non-administrative. It would go in through just the building permit process, and then we would add like design standards. They had to check all those boxes.
Yeah, and that we would make sure that we pre-approve what those design standards are so we know what we're getting, that these are fitting in the visual that we want for our community, but promoting agritourism and hospitality.
Right. Yeah, I'd be interested in hearing more about that if the rest of the board is involved. I do have some concerns, but I think it's worth a discussion. What else? The 1 year to 2 year, I think that just makes sense. 1 year is definitely not is not very long in terms of development and planning. And I don't think it makes sense if we're going to deny something, they can just continually come back year after year until they get what they want. So I think there should be a period of 2 years. Other than that, I'm fine with the charging station under the comment about a certain amount being fine. That's good with me. I think that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. I also am in support of the coming back regarding the cannabis with the fencing security requirements. And I am almost wondering with the kind of the agritourism, hospitality, Would that be something that might be beneficial for us to kick to the tourism committee for you guys for some like extra vetting and to kind of really kind of look into things? Is it just hotels that are kind of needed, but maybe a larger conversation you can have at your committee to see what else should be there? Is there a need? Is there not? I'm just wondering if that might help give a little bit of direction and then maybe kind of bring it back and give staff direction from that. Just throwing that out there. And I'm hopeful that as we work on this ag element and we're working on some of these things, that we are a little more intentional with some of these, the properties with the homes impacting the ag properties. I've got a question on the commercial sports shooting. I think mine is more outdoor. And I'm just wondering, I realize it's only for ag properties, right?
We did have commercial industrial zones.
But that would be for indoor shooting range only, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just wondering, I mean, I've gotten a lot of calls. There's been concerns about shooting ranges and maybe them not being a totally above board. And so I just kind of have a question on, even though it may be on ag property, sometimes some of the neighbors can be rather close, even in the ag zoned areas. And I'm just wondering if there's something that we need to look at maybe a little bit closer with that, or that if somebody has a violation that, with, prior violation with a shooting range or something of that sort, that I don't know, maybe there's some extra things that we're taking a look at, or there's a year suspension, or there's something, if you're being kind of, if you're not following the rules and you're not abiding by it, then like I said, I have gotten calls in regards to the shooting range issue. And I don't know, have you guys received any feedback on this item?
We did receive feedback as we were working through in the planning commission. And this really came out of code enforcement on why we brought forward code. But hearing some of the different concerns, I recommend you allow staff to maybe take one more look at it and address some of those concerns presented today, and then we could bring it back at a later time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Those are all my comments.
Supervisor Zinger?
Yeah, thank you. I forgot something. Just to address the issue here that keeps getting brought up, the animals next to farming. I am aware of this. I have been aware of this issue, and I definitely think we should do something about it. And I think this is actually the nature of, this is why the 5-acre zoning all around farms is a problem, because people get, they get their 5 acres and they put a goat on it or a pet donkey or something. And I get it. I mean, I grew up with animals. I do the same thing with animals, but we do need to have some consideration here for the farmers. And so I definitely think it should be on the property owners next to the farm, that if they want to have those animals, I think they should be required to have that buffer space. And I don't know exactly how to deal with that, whether it's best through the general plan or if this is the right form or not, but I would be interested in addressing that problem. Just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Supervisor Zanger. I'll piggyback on that topic first, because that seems to be going around. This has been an issue that has been, bubbling to the top. And I had a discussion with Abraham Ariel just this week about this very issue. I've had farmers come to me. I had a farmer that had to buy a rundown home for about $900,000 and is going to have to put more money. It's going to be an over $1 million cost, just because of the concern that they have farm fields surrounding them and that they may lose some of their cropland. So they had to go out and they felt like they had to go out and buy this home. And that is really, to me, underscores the severity of this problem. And I don't know whether this wouldn't be general plan discussion. Then I guess this would be, because we kind of talked about this may have to go through the ag element process, because I was hoping this could be something that we address sooner than later.
It's kind of, they're related. We need it in both, but we could reopen the animal ordinance. We had done a good amount of work on other updates existing in there, but we'd really need to get in some of these different buffer requirements that hadn't been in there. So you can direct staff to simultaneously work on that code, and if that code can be done quicker, we could bring that ahead of the ag element.
Okay, 1 second, I'm gonna take that note so I don't forget that. Okay, so, I don't know, when we get to some sort of recommendation here, I would push, because there's a couple things that are out there still. I heard shooting range concerns, cannabis security, and now this food safety issue. I don't know if we want to make those recommendations now and then bring this back one more time, or if we want to approve the rest of it and bring back, I guess that'll be up to the board. I just want to throw that as a delineation out there, bring that back, because the food safety thing, again, there's a sense of urgency on this, and I know if it has to wait till the end of the year, so be it, but I would just prefer to get it done sooner. The 2-year waiting period, I agree with the 2 years. My only concern is actually on the opposite end. How are we, what kind of language do we have? I tried to scan through here to potentially prevent somebody from finding loopholes, making minor modifications to the project and bringing it back essentially immediately, which is what we saw. We have a 1-year rule in place, but we saw the Lands of Lee project come back basically immediately through an application, almost immediately after it was denied. So using that as an example, how would we prevent that from happening? Because you can have 2 years, you can have 5 years. If somebody makes slight modifications, it seems like they can just bring it back either way.
So we could add to this language even more, any project on the same site, any project that hasn't addressed all of the reasons for denial. Those are some recommendations. I'll let Abraham add to that.
Thank you, Ariel. That's perfect. And yeah, we can do something similar to where if the project was denied and it was a major subdivision, no additional major subdivisions can come in until it meets the code of a minimum of 2 years. Things of that nature. If it was a conditional use permit that was denied, then no other conditional use permits can come in that are similar or that have not met all of the findings until they have been met. So, yeah.
Great. So as my voice cracks, I feel like I'm 17 years old again. So I would recommend adding that to the list of the other 3 items to come back for further amendments. And then the charging stations, I agree with Supervisor Velasquez. If we can also bring that back to have a number, I think you said 5 or 6. I don't know what the number is exactly, but whatever the standard is, as long as it's still is an accessory use of the piece of property, as opposed to just putting up 6, 7, 8 charging stations. And then I'm fine with the cannabis thing. I'll just add context because this did come up in the ad hoc. The consensus was that the cannabis growers have an inherent interest in making sure their properties are secure and having adequate surveillance. That said, totally fine bringing that back, but that was the discussion point at the ad hoc level that I recall. And but go ahead, Ari.
Yeah, and I could just add through context. You know, the applications coming in are in ag zones, and we haven't spelled out fence height requirements in ag zones for the commercial use, and even also I forgot to mention you know, parking standards for that particular commercial use. And so it was as we're processing a couple applications, we're realizing we needed to address it. We have code in there on commercial uses that, you know, can be used in the meantime, but it would be good to have something spelled out.
Great, appreciate that. And then I'll just have a few more things here. RVs classified as alternative housing. Just want to make sure it's clear to the public that you still have to be set on a foundation as the RV. It doesn't permit RVs from parking on the street permanently or semi-permanently. And then only other thing, Supervisor Curro had suggested the item with boutiques and et cetera that was discussed. I would be fine taking that to tourism committee. I also think that this is something that the planning commission should probably weigh in on, if that's okay, since we are appointing these folks to make these sorts of recommendations.
Yeah, I'm good
as
with
well.
that. Yeah.
Anything further from the board?
Yeah, I was just going to address one of the points you made about not wanting to wait for a year for some of the things to be approved. How do we move? These are serious concerns in our community we need to address quickly. Is there a way we can move this through, maybe on a monthly basis, having special meetings and addressing 2 or 3 items, knock them out, and then we move to next? Because I've heard some passionate conversation here about ranges and different things that obviously are affecting different districts. And we know this issue as far as farming, what happens if, a subdivision or a high school or a horse moves in next door. So how can we move this along quicker and be more focused every month to knock these things out until we get through this all?
Yeah, we will direct staff internally as a priority, move the animal keeping ordinance up ahead and get that done very quickly and maybe bring at least a draft in the next 2 months for review.
And I would suggest we do special meetings just so we can
Special meetings.
focus in on this and all of us can have the input. We can make a decision right then and there. And
Yeah, I appreciate that. The other one I heard from the consensus was the cannabis security.
Yes.
Maybe being is there any other priority if we want to list these off since we're going to take them piecemeal?
No, I don't have any other priority, but Mr. Chair, if I could just add one thing, because it's something that with the charging stations, and I'm not sure, we may already have a policy on this, but in light of the Moss Landing battery fires, battery storage and a policy on battery storage, and ensuring that battery storage, that the safety mechanisms are in there, because there's been major concerns about soil contamination from those battery fires. So if we're going to start to add these, I think putting that with the policy on the charging stations could be a good marriage.
I appreciate the bombshell right at the end of the conversation.
Sorry.
No, I appreciate it. I think it's a great point. I think we have to look at this battery storage topic, and maybe we don't, immediately move on it because we have all these other things we want to do, but there is interest. I know Supervisor Curl's on 3CE now, and there's been talk of setting aside areas of our county for battery storage facility, and I think we all probably have concerns about that we may want to share. So, Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, can I just it's on a different topic. Are we done with the battery storage thing?
Yes.
Okay, just clarity on the what are we talking about with the shooting? Are we talking about just making sure, I guess, that we have certain regulations if we're going to have shooting ranges, or what exactly is the
Well, I think
vision?
one of them is if you have a violation, what is, is there a cool off period, right? Where you're, and then in areas where they're zoned ag, but the housing is very close, I'm just wondering if I'm just kind of asking that we do a closer look at that and make sure that it works.
Okay.
I think there's some areas that is really pretty, there's some ag, they're all ag, but they're very closely, very close together.
We did have some site distances to residents and parcel size, but we'll re-look at it.
Okay, great, thank you.
So what would be the most logical hearing all that way going forward so that we're looking at, it sounds like we don't want to approve the zoning code update today, but bring it
Yes.
back with some of these changes, and you give a 2-month timeline. Is that 2 months to address food safety, or is that 2 months where we can get all this incorporated? Or do we want to take this in a couple pieces? I don't know what would make the most sense.
Some of these will be a little bit quicker than others. So it's up to, through the chair, it's up to you. We could, bring some of these that will be quicker ahead. I don't think the cannabis will take too long. It's just a couple items. And the shooting, we just need to go back through and see what we did and maybe buff up some of those violations, and maybe, you lose the right or different options. The animal code is the one that will probably just need a little bit, more time. So we could probably bring back a good amount of this probably next month in April. And then maybe animal code, special meeting in May-ish timeframe.
So would we want to approve the zoning? Do we want to go through 2 or 3 I would just suggest maybe there's 2 pieces to this, part one, part two. I don't know if that makes sense. Take the ones that are the biggest priority, along with all the other changes that you had included that we didn't pull out, and get those done in that first chunk, and then come back and make another amendment to the zoning code, perhaps with the food safety issue. And
Yeah.
wrap it up.
The animal code's actually Title 13, so it's a different code altogether, so.
Okay, well, okay,
Yeah.
that helps. So maybe we can get Title 25 done
Mhm.
in a month or two, and then get to the Title 13.
Yeah, at least by beginning of summer.
And then we're gonna ban battery storage. I'm kidding. Maybe not. So anyhow, any other thoughts, comments, questions? All right, thank you very much, staff. Great talk, productive conversation. Do we want to take a break now, or we'll take a 5-minute recess now? Thank
Did
you.
you open to public hearing?
Oh, yes, we did. Yeah, I know I tripped up earlier.
Recording stopped.
Steve Luke, Public Works Administrator, and I'll be discussing our RFP to have the old courthouse design moving forward, and to just refresh some members of the public on the status of the old courthouse. In September 2023, there was a fire that damaged a large portion of the upstairs, second floor, and just the building in general. And so it's taken roughly a year for the remediation to occur for that building, and it has been cleaned out. So essentially what we're left with is a shell of a building with concrete floors, some concrete columns, and a lot of empty space. The departments that were displaced were the elections office, the tax collector, and the assessors. And so we need to get that building remodeled so they can come back, and that'll free up some room for the library expansion to occur. And I won't go into those logistics, but we hope to proceed with courthouse design ASAP so we can get the courthouse remodeled and new folks moving in to that building. So up on the board, we released an RFP for the design of the courthouse interior and exterior in November of 2024. And we received 9 very, very good proposals in January of 2025. And one thing I'll talk about real quick, because of some correspondence we've received from the second highest ranked team. And actually, before I go there, I just want to mention real quick kind of how the process works. So we have this software called OpenGov. It does a free publication to any architects or engineers that are signed up for the service. We sent out the RFP. We had 105 entities download the RFP. We had approximately, depending on the names of the entities, there was about 20 or 25 architects that actually downloaded the entire RFP, and then we had 9 proposals. So we had a real good response in that regard. So moving forward, these are the design criteria that we had published in the RFP. I'm not going to go through them all. I'm just going to touch on a couple highlights real quick because I think they might be pertinent to our discussion this morning. And we did on 2 of the items, we tried to suggest that points could be given for firms that had successful experience with County San Benito facility projects, so they're familiar with our county, and a firm with a local office or local presence. That was also, there were points given to that. And there were also points given to attendance of a pre-proposal site walk. So for this type of proposal and process, it's really important, in our opinion, staff's opinion, for the architects and engineering firms to see the building, coincide, look around, and see what they're working with, essentially. And so we scheduled a pre-proposal site walk for November 14th at 8:30. 7 of the 9 firms that proposed showed up on that date, and they received points per the RFP because it wasn't mandatory to show up. If it was mandatory, which we might consider in the future, maybe in the future we have 2 dates, it's mandatory for architectural teams to show up on one of those 2 dates, but then that eliminates the points because it's mandatory, so you had to be there. This one wasn't mandatory, so architects had to make an effort with their teams to show up, and then they were awarded points for showing up and touring the facility and asking questions and all those fun things. And that did occur. So after the pre-proposal site walk occurred, one of the architects reached out to us to ask if they could have a tour of the structure because they missed that date for whatever reason. And so we communicate to them that yes, if they wanted to propose, we would give them a tour. But I specifically mentioned that, you know, they weren't going to be getting the pre-proposal points for that pre-proposal site walk. So it might be a big hurdle for them to propose. Nevertheless, they brought a team and they toured the building, which definitely showed their interest in the project. So that's always very encouraging. And so moving on to the rankings that we posted, these are the totals of the rankings. And so I'll say firm number 9, Anderson Brule, they scored 266 points. And then the second place firm was number 4, which is Christina Perez Architect, and they scored 255 points. And I'm bringing up a couple of these topics because of some correspondence that was sent to the board, I think a day or two ago, as well as Public Works. And so a couple of things we'll mention is just to provide the board the full picture so the board can make a decision on which, who they want to award the contract to. So let me just, I'll pause there on the site visits and just read some California code. So that's kind of the status of the site walks. And regarding California code and how we award consulting professional service contracts, which is a lot different than construction contracts. So construction contracts, we send out a bid package to contractors. It has a very specific list of items. They provide a bid. As long as they're not in bad standing with the state of California, they're considered a qualified firm, and the lowest qualified bid for construction is awarded to the lowest bidder of a qualified construction firm. So that's low bid. Consulting service is kind of the opposite. We look for the top ranking firm because we're hoping to get a good design out of that firm. And again, all these 9 firms provided very good designs. They all focus on slightly different things, but they all gave really good proposals. But for a consulting firm, we essentially look at the top ranked firms and we award the contracts accordingly. And so just to kind of give you a real quick excerpt from our California government code, and this is just for all of us to be on the same page essentially, but it says, let's see, government code 4526, notwithstanding any other provision of law, selection by a state or local agency head for professional services of private architectural, landscape, architecture, engineering, environmental, land surveying, or construction project management firms shall be on the basis of demonstrated competence and on the professional qualifications necessary for the satisfactory performance of the services required. And there's a lot more to that, but then I'll jump over to Government Code 4528, which says when the selection is by a state agency head, the following procedures shall apply. The state agency head, which also goes towards other public agency heads and other verbiage, shall negotiate a contract with the best qualified firm for architectural, landscape architectural, engineering, environmental, land surveying, and construction project management services at compensation, which the state agency or public agency determines is fair and reasonable. So it's not supposed to be on the lowest proposed bid for scope of services, which for this project and most other consulting projects, we do sealed bids for the fees, because what we do is we look at the top ranked firm, we open up their fee schedule, and then to see if it's fair and reasonable, we usually go to either the second place firm or we try to figure out what is fair and reasonable. And so we did that process with this project as well. So the top ranked firm, ABA Architects, they, as is in the board item, provided a fee after we worked with them, and they actually did adjust their fees a bit. They have a fee proposal of $924,000. And the second ranked firm, which was in the letter that we all received maybe a day or two ago, Christina Perez Architect, her proposal was just over 800,000. I think it was 803 or 804,000. So for an $8 to $10 million project, which at this point we don't know if that's the cost for the courthouse, we'll just call it 10 million for discussion purposes, based on some preliminary discussions we have with a construction management firm. 10% of that, which is about what we look for design fees, is about $1 million. So either the 900,000 or the 800,000 seems reasonable and fair to us on staff. And then schedule-wise, which I won't get into, but The top two ranked firms, Anderson Brule, they propose a design schedule of approximately 8 months to complete the construction docks. And then Christina Perez provided a schedule of 9 months, so about a month apart on design schedules. But there's a few more things I can say, but I'll just pause there for questions and comments. And I just want to kind of paint the picture of the process and where we're at. So,
Thank you, Steve. We'll go to the public for public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Christina Perez.
Hello, I'm Chris Perez, and I'm an architect. And I made a fatal error and missed an email, and that's what this is all about. If I hadn't missed the email, I certainly would have been at the official walkthrough. That would have been, I've been trying to get this job for months. As soon as Benito Link came out with the article that said you all had given approval to go ahead with the project, I was down to the planning department looking for somebody to engage with. But I didn't get too far because it was too early. So then it dropped off the radar, and I got busy doing other things. And when the email did come, I missed it. So I missed it. So, okay, so then I got the second email that said, okay, now you've done your job walk, and we're gonna have an amendment, a little bit of amendment to our scope or whatever it was. And so I said, oh, I missed it. And so then I, as Steve said, I tried to catch up. So I think I'm very qualified. I think my team is very qualified. We're all very experienced people, and we worked a lot together. I think we do a very good job, and I'd like you all to consider that. Other than that, I don't have much to say that it wasn't in the letter already. Any questions?
We can't ask questions in public comment. This is technically public comment, but this is also the one of the applicants' legal counsel. A, what would be the parameters here? And B, do we even have questions for Christina? Right, exactly. Okay. All right. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Christina, for your time.
Sure.
And then Tammy Aviles.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tammy Aviles, and I am with the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library. We have worked with ABA architects with regard to the library renovation and expansion, and per supervisors' suggestions in previous county facilities committee meetings, we have actually looked at the old courthouse as an option for the library. So we feel like ABA has already walked the space and has done some design options. And it doesn't work out for the library, but I can say from my own personal experience in working with ABA, they're local. We have people that live in Hollister, use the library, and they were very easy to work with. When we make suggestions, they incorporated them. So I'm just here to, I guess, say, ABA is a good firm, and we've worked with them and can, look forward to moving the courthouse along so then we can get the library expansion going. So thank you.
Next in chambers, JC.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Is the mic okay? Yeah. Good morning. My name is JC Famat. I'm an architect here on behalf of Anderson Brule Architects. We go by ABA. I'm here this morning regarding, item 3.1, which we are on the agenda for. And I just wanted to share out a couple of thoughts here on why I believe we should be awarded this project. As the highest ranked firm coming out of the RFP selection process, we strongly believe that our qualifications, experience, and deep commitment to this community make us the most qualified team to successfully deliver this project to you all. As Steve noted, a key factor for this project is achieving an accelerated schedule, and we have meticulously planned the staffing necessary to ensure that we meet this critical objective for you. Our team is prepared to begin work immediately with the same members who successfully completed the San Benito County Free Library design documents recently for the upcoming renovation. So we are ready and available to apply our expertise to this wonderful project. Beyond our firm's proven track record with the county, our deep local ties reinforce our investment in this, not just this project, but in this community. Both myself and my colleague Anissa Miranda, who is also in attendance, are both residents of San Benito County with long-term roots in this community. We are personally committed to preserving and enhancing this wonderful county of ours. Ultimately, our firm brings significant experience with just over 40 years in the design and construction of public projects and is dedicated to public projects for public good. Our experience, local presence, and readiness to execute this project will ensure that we are the best suited team to deliver this project successfully to you, more importantly, on time and within budget. And with that, I thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
And I have no further public comment.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments. We'll start with Supervisor Sotelo, if you're ready.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify. So on ABA, they have the accelerated schedule with 1 month ahead of Christina Perez.
That's correct.
And we were not able to review dollar amount or total for the project, or we?
No, we are. We did, and the top-ranked firm, their proposal is $924,000, and the second-ranked firm is $803,000.
Which one was 800?
The second-ranked firm, Christina Perez, the
Okay,
person
so
that spoke.
I think ABA is wonderful, and they have been amazing working with the facilities committee and friends of the library. And I know I was one of those supervisors that asked for all of the, what about this? And looking at all these options. Where I'm struggling a little bit right now is when I look, and I've been kind of looking at all the numbers and calculating them and everything. So ABA came out with 197. Christina Perez came out with 183. If I remove the 30 that we gave, that's 167 to 183. Like if I'm trying, and then I thought, okay, well, she followed up, and so okay, you didn't make the initial, but can we give her credit? Like, let's give her half credit. If we give her half credit, it still comes to 183 it comes to 198, and ABA is at 197. So I don't know. I'm really struggling with this one. In every single category except for attendance at the pre-proposal walk, Christina Perez ranked higher in every single one. And so to me, while I really appreciate all the work that ABA has done, I'm leaning a little bit more with Christina Perez just because it ranked the highest on every category, and she did follow up after the fact. And so I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm throwing a wrench in things, but those are just kind of my initial comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, thank you. I thought I understood what was going on here. I'm a little confused with the numbers you threw out, because I saw that these 200, like 255 to 266. So Steve, can you clarify the ranking, the total scores? What was the 190 versus the 200 set?
Yeah, I think perhaps Supervisor Tell was just looking at certain numbers. So generally speaking, the numbers today as they stand are ABA has 266 and Christina Perez has 255. As Supervisor Sotelo noted, if hypothetically Christina Perez was giving half credit, which would be another 15 points, it would put Christina Perez at 270, which would make them the top ranked firm. That's, I think, the general flavor of what supervisors.
Yeah, thank you. I was just adding up the ones that were provided for us, the score sheets that were provided with the evaluation criteria. So that's, I just took those, those 7 and added those. So I don't know where the other numbers came from to get the 2 something, but yes, that's how I got those numbers. Sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah, but so I think you're both kind of saying the same thing, but yeah. So.
Got it. Okay, so if I understand, so you get 30 points for showing up to the site visit, and Christina Perez just came a separate day, I guess, after the fact. Is that what happened?
Correct.
So she came in, I think, 10 points lower, but then if she had come in on the specific day, she'd be 20 points higher in the end if she got those 30 for showing up, right?
Correct.
Okay, I got it. So, I mean, we're talking about, I guess, 100,000 less, a month longer, and currently 10 points behind, but would potentially be 20 points ahead if she had showed up on the other day. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure, either way here, you're gonna get a good product. I'm sure. I think these are both would be very equipped to do the job here. But is this usually? Do we just offer the one? What if someone can't make it that day for the site walk? Is it usually? I mean, you just got to make it that day, or you lose the points.
So, when I was in the consulting world, I would say it was maybe 50-50. A lot of them would just be one day, you make it or you don't. And then maybe the other half were 2 days and you make it or you don't. And when they were 2 days, it was kind of a mandatory, and then the points were just, eliminated. So because you had to be there one of these 2 days, or you just couldn't propose at all, and that eliminated the points completely, which maybe we can switch to that mode next time if a similar situation occurs. So, yeah, because it's an effort and you're there, and I understand this is a situation, but that's the way we set this one up, and that was the parameters. I mean, one of the things to consider, when everybody's present at the same time, everybody hears everyone's questions and answers, and it kind of keeps things apples. And as was noted, Christina Perez missed that date, and so she attended a different day. I wasn't at that one, but we had a couple of our capital program folks and our building grounds maintenance manager there, and so they asked questions and did some things. So there is, you had to make an effort and do whatever you could to get to the first one, obviously, to get the points. And a lot of teams couldn't even bring their engineers, they couldn't bring their subcontractors and subconsultants to that because it was a certain day at a certain time. So that limited that effort to that day. And I'll just leave it at that, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, that might be something I'd want to look at going forward about, people have commitments if they can't make it one specific day. I don't know if that should be such a big deal going forward. So I don't know. I'm interested to hear what the rest of the board is about this. And I know you say we don't go with the lowest qualified bidder, but with a higher score and a lower cost, assuming the site walk thing worked out, it does make a compelling case, I would say.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Thank you. First, you should always have 2 job walks. It's just one, there's too many reasons why people can't make it that day, and they need a chance to get there the next time. But I'm actually more concerned about something else, and that is the overall cost of the project, because I heard you say 10 million, but I'm seeing 9.25 for the design. So my mind is right away going to 15 to 20 million for this project. Has the board allocated first? And again, I'm new to this here, the 10 million, but is everyone aware that this could easily run up to $20 million on this project? And what are the architects going to do to value engineer this and make sure I don't know if they even agree that we can do it at 10 million. I'm curious on that. But how are we going to keep this project within those dollars? I'm concerned. I just say, coming from this kind of industry, I'm concerned it's not realistic. Are we talking any seismic work at all? Is that part of this whole design, or?
So a couple things to note. One, there's been zero design for obvious reasons. We're going through the design now. But to answer your question, we're waiting for the insurance company to provide some funding. It could be 10 million, it could be 15 million. We don't know. The staff has been anxiously waiting for that number, and then that'll give us a little bit of insight, at least how much funding is available, because the county set aside $1.8 million as of now, and then we'll have the insurance money. But it's a great point. That's why I want to get the design moving forward, because both teams do have some structural folks. There was some structural area to be looked at during the site walk and for the design. But yeah, we want to get the design going ASAP so we can get a decent construction estimate together so we know what we're dealing with essentially. So.
But I think you could probably get a better estimate, just spend a little more time with some of these firms, because the seismic issue hits me right away. And then what are the other plans for it? Again, if you're looking at these numbers, you're going to be just in the real world of construction up to 15 to 20 million. So unless there's some other plans or something much simpler that's going to keep that number down, and some value engineering and with the products and so on. There's so much more to this than the $100,000 we're talking about between the top two people. We're talking about millions here. And that's my concerns.
I agree on the construction cost question mark. I'm not sure how you're coming up with 15 million or 20 million, but I agree. We need a design team to start giving us those numbers. We need the program we need the departments to give us their program. Assessors want X, tax collection wants X, elections department want X. We provide that to the architectural firm to be selected. They look at the programs, they look at the square footage, et cetera, et cetera. Then we'll all have a number, but it's putting cart before horse just to say $900,000 equals 15 million of construction. Not sure I understand the relationship there, but I agree with the concern.
It's usually 15%, 15 to 20%. I know some people use 10%, but in today's construction world, it's much higher than some of these numbers. And I don't know if you're going to wait to talk to each department, what do you need? I can almost guarantee you that price is going to be driven much higher than what we're talking about here. I'd rather see proposals from the architects. Here's what we can do for your $10 million budget and this much space, and then kind of work from within that, than to just say, come back and give us some ideas.
No, I'm sorry, you can't speak.
Well,
no, sorry.
I kind of know what the architects are going to say. They're going to say, yes, we need to get the design going, just like the supervisor's saying, so we can have some of those parameters. But right here, we're all just looking at a crystal ball. So I think I'm confused. Are you saying the design should be 15% of the cost?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm seeing numbers out there that are 15% in the construction world right now compared to the design. I'm just saying that maybe we should have a better idea of what we're looking for up front. It's kind of like you're building a house and, hey, what do you think? Well, let's add a room over here. Let's do this. Every piece that you add or you change is going to drive that price up quite a bit. Guys, I know you guys are in this world and you know what I'm talking about. It's just, I think, how do we control I'm again worried about the overall cost. How we can control that overall cost. In other words, here we have 10 million, our budget's 10 million. Can your firm design something within a $10 million?
If that's the budget. We don't even have a budget yet because the insurance company
and I'm
hasn't
even
given
more
us-
concerned now hearing that we don't have a budget. And that's what I guess I'm going to ask the board. At what number are we going to approve this? Because if we're saying, well, we're hoping the insurance company comes back with 10 million and they come back with 3 million, are we going to go ahead with the 7 million? Are we going to go say we're good up to 15 million? What is our own number? Because I'm having a hard time approving any of this without understanding that part. Because cost overruns in construction, especially in government work, prevailing, it's going to be up there. It's not, what I'm seeing is not 10 million, or what I'm hearing so far.
Noted.
I'm concerned.
Supervisor Curl?
So this is not a fun situation ever to be in. I'm just going to admit it, being from a construction background for over 10 years. I want to thank both architects. You know, you guys put in good proposals. There's no doubt you're both very qualified. You're both local. There's no doubt that you'll both do a great job. When it comes down to the concerns of some of the things that my colleagues have stated, I have the same concerns, but sometimes the biggest concern is not always the cheapest price. Sometimes value engineering can be done, especially when we already have a CM on board, and understanding that the departments aren't going to get their dream departments. This is not what this is. This is a replacement of existing conditions that were in a fire. And I was in that building for 10 years. I know exactly what I wanted in that building, and I don't see it happening without a lot of cost. The good news is it's a building with great bones. I'm sorry, as someone that knows something about buildings, it's got great bones, and it is very well. If I was in an earthquake, I would want to be in that building, because that is a building that it's not going to fall down on its own. But we're talking about tenant improvements, and that means we're going to have to really look at the level of design and the understanding that we have no money. I mean, it all comes down to coming up with a number, but you can't come up with a number without a design. And so it's the cart before the horse, and it's always a rough area to be in. One of my questions is this, what type of contract is this for the design team? Is it a GMP? Is it a cost plus? What kind of contract is this?
Design bid build.
So it's a hard number.
Correct.
So their cost cannot go up unless we change the design.
Correct.
So if they design it and we change it, which is highly likely, there will be added cost.
If someone decides to change the design beyond what has been discussed and agreed on with every contract, yes. But right now it's a shell.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're going to have the department say, what do you want to do with the shell? Then we're going to have the insurance company say, you have this much money to do what you're going to do with the shell. And the architect has to make that work, yes.
And the insurance company is going to be looking at this through the lens of what was existing and what are you replacing it with. They're not going to give us more money to build what we need. I'm just going to say it. We have a facilities problem in this county. We have a major facilities problem. We're not going to fix it on the back of the insurance company, but we're also going to have to take advantage of the fact that we need better facilities. So the investment in our facilities has not been done for years, and this is an opportunity of a vanilla shell to provide something that is good for these departments. My number one concern is always cost. My number two concern is always time. Time is money. If they're saying they can get it done in 8 months versus 9 months, that's some time. You know, time is valuable. Costs increase. Construction costs are always on the rise right now. And with where we're at in the political world with some of these things that are happening at the national level, we could see some supply chain issues. So it's really, really hard to pick one over the other, because you could weigh it, but I could argue both ways. I could say why number two should get it versus number one, and number one should get it versus number two. The biggest challenge that I have right now is the fact that I've lost jobs by 3 seconds. 3 seconds. My proposal was late. 3 seconds. When you're doing bids, if you don't follow the rules and you don't check every box and you set these parameters up in the beginning, to change them after the fact is really not fair. So I'm personally going to be going with the ranking as is, with the understanding that my heart goes out to you, truly goes out to you. This is not a situation that I have not been in, that I've had to go back to my boss and say, I lost the job from 3 seconds. And it's horrific. So with that, that's where I am. You can say that based on the amounts that they gave, you could have a higher cost of construction. What we have to understand and departments have to understand is that this is not going to replace what you need. It's only going to replace what you had without the county giving more money. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor. Do we have an expected timeline on the insurance reimbursement? It's just up in the air.
I'll defer to CAO for that answer.
Yes, so we are finishing up the restoration piece, the cost that was on the item today on consent. There is a little additional with restoration that we're still working out the difference on, and then at that point, the insurance will reassess. I don't have a timeline, but we are actively working on it right now.
So I'm on the same page as Supervisor Velasquez, whereas I understand we have competing interests, our own interests here. One is to get this project moving as quickly as possible, but then on the other hand, we have to be responsible stewards of taxpayers' money. I always lean toward responsible steward of taxpayers' money over everything. So my issue here is that we have an architectural, we're going out and hiring an architectural firm on a project that we don't know the cost of. And I personally do not want to spend a penny more than the insurance company is going to reimburse. And we have to have an understanding of what we're going to spend on this project before going out and having an architectural firm presumably create a concept that is going to have a cost attached to it. So that's where I'm very concerned that we're giving them a task of designing a building that's going to cost X amount of dollars, but we don't understand how much money we are going to have available for the construction of that project. So I think that's an issue, that we don't have a project estimate yet, and we're going ahead with an architectural firm. Unless there's some bare bones work that the architectural firms can do, but still, if we're talking about industry standards and the architectural services generally cost a percentage of the total cost, then we might be overspending for our architectural services as well. If the project comes in, if insurance is only willing to reimburse $5 million, then I don't want to spend more than, personally, don't want to spend more than $5 million on this project. And now we're putting 20%, close to 20% toward architectural services. So there's another issue. And then as far as the rankings, we got to work that out as far as our process. We know that, Steve, I've talked to Steve this week. I think everybody's aware, 2 site visits. We should have 2 site visits going forward. I also would suggest putting in a phone call. I know that just adds extra work, but everybody up here, I promise you, has missed important emails at some point. And to lose an $800,000 contract or a $900,000 contract over accidentally missing an email, I think we can avoid that. And I think, I'm always on the side of, look, we'd be potentially saving $121,000. But again, I'm sympathetic to both of the architectural firms. I think they're both highly qualified. They would do excellent work. I think that's a separate issue, but right now I'm kind of gravitating toward this issue of why are we hiring a firm to create a design that's going to outline a project with a specific cost when we don't even know what we can afford. And so that's kind of where I'm at. And other than that, I would like to ask the board if you would like if we're okay to allow the architectural firms a brief comment in response to what we've said. Is that something the board would be interested in if allowed, to have the architectural firms, because both seemed interested in adding to the dialogue. I don't want to miss out on an important piece if we can allow them to speak. That's my take, but I would just go with the board majority on, do we want to allow a minute for each firm?
Mr. Chair, I think that's what the appeals process is for, so I would not change rules right now, but that's totally up to you as chair.
Any other thoughts?
I actually agree. I don't think, I don't know if they should really be duking it out right there at the.
Sure.
Okay, it's just an expression. I don't think they're going to fight.
Yeah, and thank you. I'm going to go back to it, and I said $3 million from insurance and maybe $5 million if we're lucky. I don't see much more. And then what are we going to do at that point? Is the board going to come back and say, okay, we're good for financing the additional 5, or we're sticking to $5 million for this over our project. That changes what they're going to do because now we're going from different rooms to cubicles throughout the floor. I mean, there's so many different ways this can go based on the amount of funding. And that's why I'm kind of surprised we don't know that number first, because that's the first step. What's the commitment? And even if we committed to something, everybody in construction will tell you there's going to be those cost overruns. You know, this 20%, 10, 15, there's going to be cost overruns. So we got to look at that. How are we trying to have work done without understanding that first part?
So there's a couple things that I think maybe we need to talk about for context. One, the moving in of 3 departments back into the courthouse is necessary to proceed with the library expansion. The library expansion has timelines, and we're already going to have to go to the state and ask for an extension probably on a $10 million grant that is predicated on the library expanding. But in order for the library to expand, we have to move folks into one building. Before we do that, we have to move those folks into the courthouse. So there is timing issues. Number 2, we agree until we meet with the department heads and the architect and get their thoughts and ideas, as the chair said, the background, backbones, parameters, we wouldn't go further than that until we hopefully are going to be receiving a funding amount from the insurance company. They go together. I don't disagree with that. We're not going to design a $30 million building when we don't know if that's our budget. But we're trying to move things forward to get the backbones, programmatic desires, and as Supervisor Curro said, it's going to be bare minimum from the departments, just to see what their needs are to start moving the project forward. We can pause all of this. I don't know when the insurance company is going to provide insurance dollars. That's the big question mark. But we've been waiting for a year and a half, take your pick. I mean, so I don't know how long we continue to wait while the library's in the background just languishing. And so that's part of the dilemma that we're facing, so.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I would say what you should do is pause until we get that answer. Again, if we move forward on something and find out that number is 3 million instead of 5 million, or maybe it's 5 million, that's still lower than the 10 million, we have to rethink what we're doing here or commit as a board to a dollar amount, no matter what the number comes back from the insurance company. I understand what you're saying is, well, we want to move forward because of the library, but what other problems are we creating for ourselves financially? So I need a clearer picture before I can support even going through this step of it all. It's a tough thing, and I don't want to be in a situation of, well, you guys didn't realize it was going to cost 10, 15 million? Well, we did, but we decided to go anyways forward. I don't want to be in that situation.
I concur.
Any other, I agree with Supervisor Velasquez. Any other comments, questions, Supervisor Curl?
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a couple?
Yeah.
So Steve, right now, the 3 departments, are any of them at county-owned facilities?
Owned? No, they're all in county leased facilities.
So we're leasing for each one of these departments for every moment that they're out, as opposed to not having any lease cost with them back in.
Correct.
So again, timing. Time is
And
money.
That's right.
And ensuring that we don't lose the grant funding for the library, is there, understanding that the whole reason we have to move them out of where these departments are is to move another department or agency in to be able to do the full remodel of the library, just so that it's understand there's multiple moving parts here, and it's nearly impossible to say how much this is going to cost until we start somewhere. And we have to start with a moderate, low ticket price amount. Could we negotiate? Is there any room in our policies to negotiate with the lowest, with the highest ranking bidder on price?
We've already done that. So we looked at to see what the fair price was, we looked at the second rank architect, and they were, actually, the first ranked firm was about roughly 200,000 higher. We didn't tell them that, we just said, you are higher than your price is higher than the second ranked firm. And we didn't give them the exact amount of 803,000 because that's just not part of the process and it's not fair to anybody. So they actually came back, the first ranked firm, and lowered ABA and lowered their price by approximately $100,000. So we've taken that step.
Okay. Those are my only
Steve,
questions.
could we do this in segments? So is there architectural work, and that's why I wouldn't have been against some commentary. Is there architectural work that can be done where it's not a $900,000 job? Because I'm concerned that we have $5 million and we're spending 20% of that on architectural services. And then the other part of, I should have asked earlier, the teeter funds, it says the $900,000 would be coming out of teeter funds. So we're essentially paying for the architectural, can you explain that part of it?
Yeah, the teeter funds.
Reimbursing ourselves?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are we reimbursing ourselves? Are we going to be able to do that, or is this just coming out of our taxpayers' pockets?
So, I've had zero discussions with the insurance company, but I would assume they're going to pay us for both design and construction as a payment. I don't think they're going to check to see what we're doing in the background. But to answer your question, the teeter funds are designated for the courthouse, and so we're using the teeter funds to be utilized for the design. So
could we negotiate with the top-ranked firm on if there's some work that can be done to get the process going so that we're not delaying the process? Can we do it in the architectural work? I don't know if this is kosher or not. Can we do the architectural work in phases, have contracts for each of those phases so that we're not stalling the process, but we're being responsible with taxpayers' money? And I saw him nodding yes.
Yeah, generally, architects, especially these firms who are very qualified, I'm sure they can accommodate that request.
I would recommend that we negotiate with the top-ranked firm on having a process set out on doing this in phases and bringing back phase one, and you coming back with a recommendation on how many phases there are and the cost of the first phase and what the work would be included in that first phase, and having that happen as soon as possible so we're not delaying this process.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor.
I agree with you. Can I just bring up one more thing historically? This building was completely riddled with asbestos, high levels of asbestos. This building was going to have to be evacuated, and we were going to have to do the asbestos removal, pay for those departments to leave, and have them come back.
Correct.
How many millions of dollars did we estimate that was going to cost?
That was the primary component of those teeter funds. It was to use for the courthouse, and we were going to have to use it, as you just mentioned, for asbestos. I don't know if the cost was going to be $2 million, but everything you said is correct about one of the silver linings with the fire is that we've now remediated all the asbestos. It's gone. So small silver lining.
Silver lining out of a fire, but understanding that we knew we had a major facility problem and a health hazard for our employees. And I just want to make sure that the whole picture is known. This fire may be a bad thing in a lot of people's eyes, but it also can be a blessing in the fact that we have an opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, so the phasing approach that you're suggesting is, because I guess currently we're sort of assuming it's going to be a $9 million project if we're saying 10% for architect, and we don't even know if that's close. So the phasing would be, I guess, I'm not too familiar with how that would work. How many phases would there be?
I'm just asking for the recommendation because otherwise we're sitting here and we're either stalling or we're going forward with a contract that we don't know if is responsible or not. So my suggestion would be to have that conversation about what that would look like and come back at the next meeting, I would hope. I know there's deadlines, but we're going to have to pass by those on this one. So yeah, that would be my suggestion, to come back at the next meeting, give us more information on what this could look like in phases.
Noted, and the way the proposal is set up is, just for full disclosure, it is in phases. Phase one is research, gathering documents, gathering data. Phase two is listening to the desires of the departments, and then the design starts. So it's not like we just jump into design right away. But so technically, it's already phased, but we can break it out
Financially,
more
though, as well, I do
specifically.
not want to spend, personally, don't want to spend $900,000 on what could be a $3 million project is what I'm getting at.
Understood.
Yeah. CAO?
Also, administration will work with the insurance company so we can get a better idea of how much the cost is. I can tell you right now, the asbestos remediation was done in 2 phases. It was a total of $1,284,000. So it was $1.2 million for remediation.
And when was that priced out?
Priced out. That was through the Belfour, through the restoration company that did that for us.
How many years ago?
No, that was
that was recent?
That's
Okay.
what we paid for just now through this the cleanup. I don't know what the previous asbestos cost was.
Any further thoughts? I had a recommendation on the table, but,
Sure, yeah, that first phase, I know there's been talk that it's a strong building, but I don't know if the seismic study's been done yet or not. It's gonna have to be. So maybe that's the first phase, so we understand that part of the cost, and it can be significant just in the seismic work. So that's always the first part of these remodels. We always look at buildings as they're sturdy, but it's today's codes, and we need to make sure they're going to meet those codes before the work starts. And I think that could be one of the first phases that we need to know anyways. At least we can start there.
but I will say, if you're saying the architectural work takes 9 months, as long as we're not moving forward on that, we're pushing that clock out, or 8 months further.
I understand, but the seismic work has to happen.
But could the architectural work happen? Is there any bare bones? That's all I'm asking, and not being an expert of architecture at all.
I think there's ways to work with the different firms or the firm to kind of get some of their input or some of their recommendations on if it's going to be a $5 million project, here's what we should be looking at. If it's going to be $10 million, here's what we can be looking at. It kind of gives them a little guideline of where to focus their energies. But that seismic is going to be, again, one of the first things I'm hoping that it's not a surprise, but I can almost tell you it's going to be much more than anyone thinks of here.
And not to belabor, I saw Abraham seismic shaking your head. Can we get further confirmation on what would be the necessity of seismic? Do we need to start moving forward on that now as well? Is that something that we want to bring back sooner than later?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. When Supervisor Velasquez mentioned it earlier on, I looked up the map, and it is within the special study seismic area. I know that I was thinking a few years back, I think it was like 2010, Fire Station number 1 down on 5th Street did the renovations. They actually renovated that building, and I recall that they had to go through a seismic study. Not comparable on the work. I'm not sure exactly how to compare it, but I know they did go through a special geologic study on that fire station. So then I thought, well, maybe the seismic zone is just further to the east, but the Calaveras branch breaks at that area, and so the courthouse is within that special study seismic area, and so we would just have to confirm, what the Department of, or the Alcoas Priolo, which regulates geologic standards, based on the tenant improvements, what it triggers. And so, take that into consideration, but it is within that seismic zone.
I can add to that conversation. The study actually was done through here for the new courthouse. So that study was done all the way to, I believe, to West Street. So the information is out there on that part of it. But to bring the building to code, tying it together is what I'm speaking of.
Correct.
Any other further comments? I recommended the staff going back and having a discussion with the Tom Brayton firm to explore any potential phasing options with the architectural services, because we're in limbo on the total cost, and Supervisor Velasquez had recommended moving forward on exploring what's the potential necessity for seismic studies, and I don't know if that would, does the architectural firm play a role in that, or is that something that our staff would just
They work with engineers.
do? Our staff would just do that. So those are the two recommendations on the table. Does anybody want to, I'd entertain a motion for either of those, or both of those, or neither of those, or a separate motion?
I would say go with the top ranked firm, and do phasing, as you're saying. First phase could be the structural or the seismic, and then again, some proposals on a $5 million project or what a $10 million project would look like. So we're all aware of that ahead of time, rather than everybody throwing ideas and come back to the point, well, that's a $15, $20 million project. We should upfront know, here's our budgets. Not in detail type of design, but here's what a $5 million project would look like. Maybe it's more cubicles. Here's what a $10 million project would look like. At the same time, starting at the beginning of the seismic, the engineering needs to be done. It's going to be required.
The direction is basically for staff to come back. It sounds like you'd have to come back with a further, we can't just give direction on a seismic study that's not on the agenda.
Well, I think the architectural firm could probably, I've seen heads move up and down, could take the lead in that. I don't think the staff has to do it as much as the firm.
But what about coming back with what I had suggested? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here with suggesting doing this in phases, having phased contracts, so that, because again, we don't know what the cost of the project is. So we are putting the cart before the horse. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. You're saying the overall contract amount.
Having a contract come back that would be,
first phase.
sorry, I don't have the votes. I can't allow you to. Having a contract that would come back, that would, Steve, that would be the suggestion, work with the top ranked firm, come back at the next meeting and give us further recommendation, or put something on the agenda that's, so we can move forward with this.
Mr.
I think
Chair,
that's an excellent idea.
Yeah, I agree.
To discuss with the professionals how we should move forward. Yes.
With seismic being a
With seismic
priority.
being part of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I entertain a motion with that said?
So moved.
All right.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Kozmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
Supervisor Curro,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Zinger.
Yeah, just CEO, I don't know if we have any timeline on, we obviously don't know when insurance is going to get back to us or whatnot, but even if they couldn't get back specifically, if we even had parameters, I don't know, I haven't read through our insurance, but if we even had like a high and a low, if they could provide that at some point sooner, that would probably be helpful. Anything would be helpful, obviously, so
Yes.
if there's anything we can get, it would be
I can work with Trindell and try to get a ballpark of
Yeah.
where that range would be.
great.
Thank you. So that would take us to 3.2, receive and accept 2024 General Plan Annual Progress Report mandated by Government Code, and provide staff direction to initiate any new general plan amendments and return with resolution for adoption. We have Ariel here, and Abraham was also here.
Good morning, Chair, fellow supervisors, members of the public. My name is Ariel Goodsby, Principal Planner for the County of San Benito. And I'm here today to discuss the 2024 General Plan Annual Progress Report, and also discuss any potential general plan amendments that the board may direct today. So just a quick overview. Most of you are familiar, but for those who aren't today, it's required by state law, Government Code Section 65400 and 65700, that mandates all cities and counties to submit an annual report on the status of their general plan and the progress on its implementation to their legislative bodies, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, OPR, and the Housing Community Development, HCD, by April 1st, my birthday, every year. A birthday gift to me. Now, what's included that we're required to put into these reports? We have to have board review, so that's why we're here today. Status of those implementation programs, which I'll go through a few of those and highlight a few accomplishments that staff is either in progress or did. Our housing element progress, which I will let our Associate Planner Stephanie Reck take that on the next presentation. So stay tuned. And planning activities initiated, general plan amendments, and major developments being processed. There are certain sections that are required to be in every general plan. These include land use, housing, circulation, but there's a few that are optional that we included. Ours are economic, public facilities and services element, and administration, and we do review that as well as part of the annual progress report. So a few items I wanted to highlight, as we've discussed earlier and in other board meetings, our ag policies are in a critical path right now and very important to this community and being worked on. But to highlight some of the existing general plan policies that we have and what and where we're at with some of those. So urban and agricultural buffer requirements. So in that, it requires that the county shall prepare and adopt guidelines and regulations for buffer areas necessary to minimize agricultural and urban scale residential conflicts. So the county applies agricultural conservation policies to all new development, converting prime farmland or class 1 soils to non-agricultural uses. Staff will be reviewing this in more detail with the creation of the agricultural element this year and as part of the Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation Program, or SALC, grant funding that we received. So just to highlight a little bit further, some of the things that we'll be looking at in our stakeholder planning group and the ag element is not just prime, but other categories of soil that would also need buffer requirements or further mitigation. In addition, what constitutes as new development? It's not really spelled out. We've mainly been using subdivision and conversion of other uses. And so, really kind of looking at the definitions and what's triggering. And tying now into land use B agricultural mitigation program. Currently, the way it's written in our mitigation program is if new development permanently converts prime farmland that is class 1 soils, it doesn't even specify prime, soil to non-agricultural uses, the county shall encourage project applicants to preserve an equal number of acres. So a 1-to-1 ratio, either on or off site. Again, developing a draft ag element to align with our 2035 general plan. And just a little bit about the timeline and the process. I know we've been talking about it for a long time, but just to, bring clarity, although the state in December of 2023, actually, I'm going to take you even a step further. The board allowed the initiation of applying for the grant back in March of 2023, and then also to include the initiation of general plan amendment, which all need to be required as part of submitting for the application. We then submitted it in fall of 2023, and in December, the state awarded San Benito County. It was the first time the county had received a SALT grant award of $500,000. Now, after that award, you've been nominated for that award, you then have to go through the process of putting together a grant agreement, and that takes a good amount of time. So we didn't execute the grant agreement until May of 2024, and so we can't initiate work. Staff did, to help this process go a little bit quicker, did a lot of the prep work on the RFP, and so we were able to get the contract done in June and start work the very next month instead of another lag time of 3 or 4 months to go through that whole process. But a little bit about what we're doing in the ag element and looking at this is looking, right now, we use the state's definitions for prime, and they're really looking at when is it irrigated and when is it not irrigated. And so it goes through 2 cycles, so about 4 to 6 years. If it hasn't been irrigated in about 4 to 6 years, and it can show on 2 cycles of them doing their 2-year check, then it will be removed as ag. Not necessarily that the soil conditions have changed where it isn't good farmland, it just needed to be irrigated. And so, you know, those are the types of things when we're looking at our ag mitigation program on how can we enhance it. And so those are the conversations that are happening in that stakeholder planning group, and I'm looking forward to continue working with Supervisor Crow on that. Our right to farm and ranch ordinance, it was brought up today. It's ongoing. There hasn't been any specific action that was taken regarding these ordinances last year. It's been in effect, I think, almost 2 decades, that ordinance. I can double check. I apologize. I should have before. But there haven't been updates. So that might be another piece that we need to go take a look at is, you know, that we send out to anyone who buys property in the county and maybe update it. Land use policy D, agricultural tax assessment incentives. So currently the county utilizes the agricultural tax assessment incentives through the Williamson Act program. In San Benito County, about 75% of all privately held land, so over 569,000 acres is in Williamson Act in our county. No action was taken regarding tax assessment policies in 2024. But again, this could be something we look at additionally through the ag element. Agricultural industrial zoning. The county shall encourage services such as trucking or warehousing, distribution centers in appropriate locations to provide support for the economic viability of commercial agriculture. When we did that zoning code update in 2022, that overhaul, we really tried to help be able to streamline. One of the main changes was in food processing. There's a lot of food storage now requirements in the ag community, and so they're having to build, you know, warehouses to store the food until, you know, it gets shipped out. And so we when we updated the code, we updated it to be by building permit and not a planning application up to 25,000 square foot for those structures. So it saves on time and cost, especially because it was really affecting those members of the public in our community. So it's kind of ongoing. It's as we process, you know, different applications. And again, we
Keep going.
my apologies. There's a lot in this general plan.
Yes, the general plan.
So another thing that we've already done an economic study. It's online right now as part of the ag element. So starting to look and address some of those things even further and how we could improve. The next land use F, clustered residential program, encourage any new residential development proposals in rural areas to use a cluster design in order to preserve the maximum amount of ag and open space. So we really use this with our planned unit development overlay or combining district, where you cluster, you know, the units in one area and preserve open space or ag easements on a larger area. Transfer of development credit, TDC, staff will be reviewing this and providing recommendations to the Planning Commission during the creation and the board during the creation of the ag element this year. So again, this is another thing we could address and look at further policy and actually putting together a program. The county previously had a program, but it's been inactive. We haven't been using it. The new community review fact sheet, the Planning Commission at its December Planning Commission meeting recommended the general plan amendment to remove those new community study areas from the general plan. And then the board at its regular meeting in February of this year approved that general plan amendment to remove the new community study areas from the general plan. Under PFSD, Sustainability Master Plan, you've been hearing a lot about this, that the county has continued to monitor and address the impacts of climate change on public facilities and services, including increased heat waves and drought and wildfires. But to enhance this climate resilience, the county has been advancing 2 key initiatives, and this again, the Priority Climate Action Plan, the PCAP, and the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, the CCAP, in partnership with Santa Clara County. I just want to emphasize again that this is done through grant funding, that we partnered with Santa Clara County, received, it was $1 million grant through EPA to Santa Clara County. $280,000 was provided to the county to do this work. And it's not needing to come out of general plan dollars, these long-range planning efforts. Similarly, our NCRA, our Habitat Conservation Plan, the county shall consider working with the same federal agencies to adopt the Habitat Conservation Plan for listed and candidate species in San Benito County. County shall collect fees to finance the preparation of the plan through provision of ordinances 532 and 541 for any amendments. And so the county, during fiscal year 2021, we received a $900,000 federal Section 6 grant. We were able to begin the work on our HCP, NCCP. And the matching funds, there was a 26% matching funds. Well, we've been collecting those fees since the 80s, and it's been sitting in the fund, and it can only be used to work on this project. And so that those fees from developers were are earmarked to only be able to work on a project, and that is our matching fund. So again, it's a no cost to the county, and we were successful now for a second round of almost another $1 million, and we had the matching funds. So we're continuing on this work in the next few years, and it's been success. Our main thing that you'll be that's going to be coming up, we have a meeting at the end of March, our Public Advisory Committee, and we'll be giving some updates. One of the main updates is that we'll be doing our Science Advisory panel process this summer. We were looking at May, but maybe June, that we have them all come do the tours and start writing their report. So making a lot of headway on those projects. Planning activities, in 2024, there were 21 Planning Commission meetings, 6 special meetings in 2024, included range of use permits, minor subdivisions, scoping meetings for EIRs, code amendments, as you've seen, and that general plan amendment as discussed before. And our building department has been really busy. We have 2 permit techs, we have 2 building inspectors, and we have processed 656 building permits that were issued in 2024. So really just want to thank the staff and the team for all their hard work. And you're pretty familiar, so I won't go through this. Some projects have been completed off this list. Some projects are just no longer moving forward and are at different stages. The main projects that you're really seeing in construction mode throughout the county, Santana Ranch is continuing to build out their 1,082 units, and then their commercial will be coming. San Juan Oaks has begun construction of their first 2 phases, and Fairview Corners is going to be starting to break ground for their first phase. And so that's a lot of what you'll be seeing going on around the county. There was one general plan amendment in 2024, as discussed, that we removed the new community study areas. We began work on the sixth cycle housing element update. We're expecting it to be adopted in 2025. The state is actually reviewing our third set of comments. Staff has been immediately, as soon as we get comments back from the state, turning those around, addressing them and getting them back. It kind of restarts these 60-day hold periods. And so we're working, wrapping up. I'll let Stephanie tell you more during her presentation. And then our ag element, which we discussed quite a bit today. And then this is just an opportunity to hear from the board. There is policy about looking at updates, every 5 years in your general plan and making amendments. And so at this time, I wanted to give the opportunity, if you want to provide staff any direction to initiate any new general plan amendments not currently being worked on, and bring back a resolution for the board to adopt to initiate these new general plan amendments. Again, as part of government code, the first step to a general plan amendment is a resolution by the board initiating those said amendments. And then to direct staff to take any of these general plan amendments recommended to be initiated to the housing policy reform ad hoc, which also encompasses looking at general plan. And that concludes. Thank you for the extra time.
Can we please go to public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Great, we'll bring it back, and since I requested the future agenda item to explore general plan amendments, I'll go first on this one. I had a question, since it was mentioned in the general plan update presentation, you had Traveler Station and Ag Center. I don't want to get too sidetracked here, but it said EIR process. Where are we at with regard to those projects and this whole question of Measure A and whether they are going to have to follow the through the ballot process Measure A, because I'm hearing conflicting things out there.
Yes, they are subject to Measure A, so they have to revise their application to then incorporate the general plan amendment and zoning code amendment. Traveler Station is wanting to move forward. We're working on updating the contract for CEQA, just and the scope of work that's needed, project description, and so that is in the works. The Ag Center actually has been on hold since about probably mid last year. We need to pay some invoices, and so they'll remain on hold, and I'm not sure if they will continue or not continue.
But they're subject to Measure A.
They're subject to Measure A, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then three primary areas that I thought of, and some of them were kind of over, and I talked to Abraham and Ariel before, kind of there's some overlap with the zoning code update and the general plan update. But the number, we talked about the number of dwelling units in relation to zoning, and this was a discussion that goes back 2 years, going from 5-acre ag zoning to 20-acre, I would say was kind of the starting point of the discussion. It could be somewhere in between, but I think we were at 20. And then we were looking at taking rangeland from 40 to potentially like 160 was the discussion points. And then I would be interested in looking at that again, along with some of these other, having the ad hoc look at rural transition, rural residential, some of those other designations. Some of them are a bit odd to me, to be frank. Rural transition in particular, the 2.5 acres, I'm not sure what's going on there. So to take a look at those for recommendations on that. But we had talked about potentially being able to do this through the zoning code. Can you address that? I know we had a zoning code update issue, but this is also general plan versus zoning code. Can we do the zoning, upscaling the zoning requirement through the zoning code as opposed to general plan to make it happen quicker?
Yeah, so I'll address that, and then I might invite Rebecca to supplement anything that I say. So it has been a really large concern about, the continuing of parcel maps being subdivided while we're in the middle of working on our ag element and potentially increasing the acreage. And so a alternative solution while we continue the process of the ag element that would still be consistent with planning and zoning law would be that we update our zoning code to include that you can't subdivide less than a certain acreage. You could still do all the other activities. You wouldn't change the density. That's the main thing. You can't change the density. So it still have the one house per 5 acres, but you wouldn't be able to break up those parcels to whatever size we change it to. So for example, using the ag productive, it would be, changing it to 20 acres. So you'd have to have at least, 20 acres to subdivide, the lot. Rebecca, did you want to add anything to that? Thank you.
So like you were discussing, there's the general plan and then there's the zoning and subdivision ordinances. So there are some at the state level ministerial, like the Subdivision Map Act and elements of that are done, but within the scope of the general plan, the zoning amendments could be updated, but they have to still be compliant with that. And if it were to change that density that is incorporated into Measure A, so those, like she mentioned, those numbers would need to go to a vote of the people. But as far as further restricting the subdivision within the scope of the state law is something that can still be explored to limit those while the general plan is being reviewed and the ag element is being updated.
Great. So the zoning, ag land mitigation, I think had the same, as far as I remember our conversation you had, there was a similar approach we could take with ag land mitigation and going to, I would assume this would go back to the ad hoc for further refinement, but taking it from the 1-to-1 for prime ag land. We had talked 3-to-1, we had talked 5-to-1. I'm open to some, discussion on that, but it should be higher than 1-to-1. So that would be another recommendation. If we can do it through the zoning code, I would prefer getting it done sooner than later. I want to eliminate shall encourage from this document. Shall. No more shall encourage. That means it's not required. That means they're not going to do it. So get rid of encourage. I would do one of those like control Fs, look for encourage and just get it out of there. And replace it with shall. And then I also would support looking at, as you mentioned, other types of soils categories for maybe the ones that are directly under prime, just having a conversation about what the mitigation could look like for those. And the third one we also already covered, which was the food safety piece. We could do it through the zoning code, but we may have to duplicate some of this through the general plan amendment. Other notes I had, I want to make sure we do have the general plan update fee, impact fee in place now. As far as I know, or are we still needing to, we talked about having an impact fee to cover general plan updates.
It hasn't been, the impact fees haven't been adopted yet
So
by the
that's
board.
coming with this
Yes.
new update, okay. And then the 4-year irrigation rule also is anywhere in there that has control fine 4-year irrigation, please eliminate that as well. We've had issues, all you have to do is sit on the land for 4 years. There's a 2-year waiting period. There's just two separate things.
Two cycles of the state updating their designation. So they'll de-designate or undesignate prime to another designation, but after 2 cycles. And they do those cycles every 2 years.
So it's 4 years.
Yeah.
So if you buy land and you're a big developer, you want to do a big project and it's on ag land, and you sit on it for 4 years, don't do anything to it, you're classified out of ag, and now you can build your project. That needs to go away. That is a huge, huge problematic loophole in this general plan.
Through the chair, I would just specify that what we need to do is adopt our own definitions.
Right.
Yes.
Whatever we need to do to get rid of that, I'm all for it. Hillside development, I'm not an expert, but maybe taking a closer look at hillside development, especially areas of fire concern. We've talked about San Juan Canyon. Supervisor Velasquez has made a pretty bold but accurate statement that probably some of these areas, we look at them in hindsight and they're very problematic. So there's that. And then some of the smaller things, it's probably my 5th time through this thing. It's like reading Catcher in the Rye, it never gets old. But the planes at private airstrips, there's a rule in there, a little rule that basically says we can't allow private airstrips unless it's basically only the owner of the airstrip can use it. I actually just had a local resident approach me about exploring. There's this local aviator industry, and there's maybe some tourism opportunities, people with planes, exploring opening that up a little bit to allow private airstrips for commercial use outside of just the private owners, and specifically that was brought up near San Juan, because there's a lot of these folks that take tours of the missions, for instance, and they can't do that if we don't have private airstrips. And the airport is more challenging in Hollister for that. So that's just something I would throw as a smaller item. And then there's the county shall not amend more than 4 times per year. Is that our rule, or is that
State rule.
That is a state rule, because I know it was in there as well. And then just other matters I brought up in the past, and maybe it's more zoning code, but the residential and flood zones and eliminating single family housing, I probably should have brought that up in the prior discussion. And then I think that's all I had. So since I brought it forward, I normally don't do that. I wanted to get my thoughts out there. Anybody want to pick up the conversation?
Sure.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, thank you. So from what I understand, a lot of this is either being worked through the zoning code or the ag element update, I guess. And then there's other things that aren't through those, and that would be a separate general plan amendment. Is that right? Is that the way you saw it? That certain things would just, I guess, have to be an amendment? Okay, well, most of the things that he brought up, if not all of them, I agree with, and I think we talked about that a year or two ago when we first brought it up. We had that list of 8 or something things about the ag mitigation, the parcel size, all of that. So I support all of that still. A couple things that I want to throw out would be storm runoff from developments. If there's a way to increase, I'd like to see an increased containment for storm runoff for what they require to contain. It's been a bit of a problem in District 1 with certain big developments, a lot of issues with water runoff. So that would be good to address, I think, going forward. And then just the zoning. I know we talked about some areas southeast of the county, east of Fairview in District 1, and then south of Airline there. We talked about rezoning a lot of that. That's currently residential mixed. I don't know exactly the process to go about that. I think it'd have to be a general plan amendment.
Yes.
So I'd like to look into that. I know we discussed it before. And when we had the Joint Planning Commission Supervisor meeting, I believe every planning commissioner and supervisor did show support for that. And so I'd like to bring that back and talk about how we can adjust that zoning. Believe that is it. Everything else was brought up by Supervisor Kuzmicki.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, just an update, the storm runoff and increasing that. Actually, Steve Loop, our Public Works Administrator, has been working on revising the code draft and has brought it a few times to Planning Commission. So he needs to wrap that up, and then you'll be seeing that in front of you. And just also to let you know that because we're also currently working on our housing element. So those changes to the RM designation would also affect our housing element. And so we would need to make sure that those changes all align as we work on that.
I think when we had the discussion with the consultant for the housing element, I believe that was discussed, right? At the time, I think we brought that up, that we were intending on changing that, or at least looking at it.
Yeah, and so because those currently are removed, we just have to look at our numbers. You know, we have to show that, you know, we're going to get 754, oh, thank you, 754 units, and, you know, and show those. Our candidate sites are, almost all of them, I believe, are outside that area being designated, but we just would need to double check that and then make those updates in there.
Great. Like to go next? Hearing Supervisor Velasquez?
No, I think you guys covered the ratio has to change. The 1-to-1. And you pretty much covered everything else. So, liked what I heard.
Anything further? Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. It's not really a whole lot. I just wanted to ask, when we were talking about doing our own definition of what prime farmland is, would it also be possible for us to do like our own map, kind of identifying those areas so that it has both? Because there is really nobody that knows better than us that are here, right? And so I think there may be an opportunity for us to explore in coming up with a definition and the map as well. And then the other, when you talked about the right to farm ordinance, I think that's a really important ordinance. And I'm just wondering if, based on our conversation earlier today regarding some of the issues around food safety and, kind of animals on properties and things of that. And you had mentioned the animal ordinance and looking at that and possibly updating that. But I'm almost wondering if the right to farm ordinance also maybe needs some language in it, just because I feel like it kind of covers our base in multiple areas. And then if somebody is moving into this area, it's ensuring that property owners kind of know what the ordinance are, know kind of what the rules are, and just kind of one more, kind of place to really kind of highlight that. And so just wanted to make those comments. So thank you.
I completely agree. Just through the chair, the zoning code and subdivision map act is something that we can, bring back forth in a zoning code amendment. But these larger discussions of, definitions of soils and, that mitigation, probably need a little bit further discussion through that stakeholder planning group and a little bit more work, and it will require a little bit more time. So I just wanted to put that through the chair.
Thank you very much. So we have a few items that we would need to consider here. One would be accepting the general plan annual progress report mandated by the government code. And then the two other options would be to initiate a general, what I saw in the presentation, and initiate the process of starting a general plan amendment, and also taking recommendations that we've heard here today back to the Housing Policy Reform Ad Hoc Committee for further refinement.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor
I
Crowe.
didn't get to comment.
I had asked. That's why I was going around. I looked at you and I didn't even hear you. So go right ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was writing notes. I didn't see your
Sorry
eye
about
contact
that.
there. So when it comes to the egg element and working with the stakeholders group, do we have one of the big things at NACO that was a huge conversation was drone policy on egg fertilization and egg pesticides, if that's something that we have started a conversation on. And then elimination of all single-family housing was brought up previously. I have great concerns about how that will impact our housing prices for the existing residents here. So a conversation that I know I'm not going to have a lot of support on it, but understanding that if we eliminate all, it can then cause an increase in market rate housing costs that could potentially push people out of their homes, or if they're renting or leasing, they would be pushed out of their homes because of the profit that may be made by an owner selling their homes. It's just one of those conversations I want to keep throwing out there, and I know it won't go very far. But the last thing is the storm drain runoff. I completely agree with Supervisor Zanger. It's an area that we need to not be following the state on this. We need to make sure, because we have a lot of flood areas, that developers are retaining all 100%. There's nothing that's getting into where we're having these flood issues in other areas or runoff that affects existing development. And when it comes to a map, understanding that we have land trust land, making sure that we're looking at all those layers when we're looking at our zoning and our ag land, just another area to make sure that we understand there are some areas that are in land trusts, and there are designations that are not going to change. So I just wanted to bring those comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologize for not making eye contact.
I'll clarify, since I brought up single family, we would not be eliminating single family housing. It would be single family zoning. So the zoning would require presumably mixed use and or multifamily within the project, as opposed to just, it wouldn't eliminate single family.
I can support that. I
housing
just
altogether.
want to make sure
Yeah.
I was understanding correctly.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
No
clarification.
Those
so
motions.
do we have to do 3 separate votes, or can we do that all in one? Accepting, I guess we may want to just do a vote to accept the 2024 general plan amendment and then give direction on, or do we need to do 3 separate votes?
The acceptance should be a separate vote.
Okay,
The other
all
two
right.
can
So
go
the
to
first one would be, can I entertain a motion to accept the 2024 general plan?
So moved.
Part of it?
Second.
We have First and a second, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro? Supervisor Velasquez? 5-0 vote, motion passes.
Second item would be to initiate general plan amendments based on, and to send back the recommendations to the Housing Policy Reform Ad Hoc Committee for further refinement. Yes, Supervisor Sotelo.
I'm just wondering, I agree with it, except that on some of them, I'm wondering if they should go to like an ag stakeholder kind of group on some of these, and getting feedback, on like the ag mitigation, the definition / map of, kind of our prime land, or prime farmland, and including kind of this right to farm ordinance / animal ordinance. It seems like some of it goes perfectly aligned with going to the housing ad hoc, but the other areas, and maybe there's some overlap or something, but I just feel like some of these are very ag specific, and I think should be handled in an ag committee versus a housing committee. Just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Supervisor. When is our next ag element?
April 15th from 4 to 6 p.m. And it will be at the Epicenter, but also a Zoom option.
Just as a suggestion, could we make sure to incorporate these items into that discussion and gather that feedback coming back? Or is there another way that the board would like to?
Absolutely. It actually, some of these, the mapping and stuff that actually had been already started internal discussions about an activity. So it aligns perfectly with what we're looking at doing at our next meeting.
Great.
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, my only concern is just timing, because I think that makes sense. Obviously, some issues should be dealt with in those ways, but I mean, I want to get a lot of this done, and I know we want to do it all at once because we only have so many changes to make and whatnot. But I don't know the timeline on the ag stakeholder group. Like, say the housing ad hoc goes through and we run through some of these things and we're ready to go soon. We got to wait a year or two for the other group to refine the issues, or how would this work?
So right now, we are looking at having a draft by this fall, and it would incorporate all of this, and then fall to winter, bringing it through Planning Commission Board. Like I had said, we're also talking with our consultant about how we can expedite and bring it quicker. And so we started having those discussions last week with them. And additionally, the piece about the 5 to 20 on the subdivision as a zoning code amendment could be done sooner and ahead of some of these others that are going to just take a little bit more time.
So, right, okay. So, but some of these things like the 1-to-1, if there's a will to change that to like a 3-to-1 or higher, it sounds like it's going to be a couple of years before we actually just vote on doing that, right? But that seems like something.
But by the end of the year is our timeline right now.
Okay, I thought so that we're going to have a draft, you said, by the end of the year?
Yeah, so right now our timeline is by the end of 2025.
When we'll be able to vote on these changes
Yes.
and change general plan. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Sorry if I was unclear.
Go ahead.
Can we, what I was suggesting was getting that feedback, because Supervisor Sotelo wanted to make sure to get the feedback. Can we get the feedback either in that setting or can we just communicate with the Farm Bureau to send out these are the recommendations that are on the table. If you'd like to submit comments, get them back to planning, can we do, because I have, you guys know I have the same concern that he has on some of these key items. I don't want to wait till the end of the year either.
Okay. So we could get that feedback at our next meeting, and then we could move the mitigation general plan policies, I guess, ahead of the rest. So you would be then doing multiple general plan amendments.
Because we have 4, and the zoning and the food safety, but you said food safety those could be done through the zoning code.
Yes, food
But
safety.
we're gonna do them,
But we would make sure that our final ag element, that those policies relate back to.
I'm fine doing multiple amendments. We have 4, so I don't have an issue with doing some that we can knock out quickly.
I totally agree. We've got the 4. I like your idea, Mr. Chair, on sending this information out to the Farm Bureau and to the stakeholder group for discussion at the next stakeholder meeting, so that it is an active and engaged, and they know what we're going to be discussing, so we can bring that feedback as quickly as possible back to the board.
Yes, and through the chair, Farm Bureau is part of the stakeholder planning group, and I believe it's this Thursday is a meeting, and I'll be doing an update presentation to their board as well.
so that said, we would have basically the recommendation to move ahead with, initiate general plan amendments, direct staff to take our recommendations to the Housing Policy Reform Act and to ad hoc, and to also take it to the next stakeholder meeting and communicate with the Farm Bureau to get those communications back to us, and what kind of timeline, I guess, in the next 30 days from the time of the air?
Through the chair, our next meeting is April 15th. Could I provide an update via email after that meeting? And I would also have a timeline scope from our consultant on those, just those specific.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, can we bring it to a monthly schedule?
Okay.
So we're moving through quicker.
Would you like me to just
Communicate with the Farm Bureau, and I know Rosatella would have more, but I would assume they have distribution lists, and just to get the conversation started on some of this, and then do the ag element meeting, get more feedback from them.
So I know they do a monthly newsletter publication. I have no idea where they're at in that. Did we just miss this month's or next month? So you definitely can, I'm sure, get that. This is really important information to their members. And so I just don't know what their deadlines are or when it's going out. So
I can double check. I believe the meeting is this Thursday, and so I can get that.
I guess so we'll leave it generically and leave that to staff to handle communicating with them to get more feedback. But so again, except initiating general plan amendments, directing staff to take this to the Housing Policy Reform Ad Hoc and the stakeholder group, and to communicate with the Farm Bureau to get further feedback from the ag community.
And if you like, Supervisor Velasquez, I can also just put a regular update presentation, maybe once. Are you wanting it monthly?
Yeah, so we can just keep moving through, so we're not
Okay.
losing any time, and we'll be done well before the end of the year.
Okay, no,
Even
no
if it's
problem.
brief.
And separately, are you wanting those zoning code update, that additional separate zoning code update as well?
Yes, I think that was, because that would get done.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I guess if we're trying to move forward on general plan amendments, what's your take on that? Are they about the same amount of time, or? Because you talked about 60 days for the zoning code. Do we just do
I think
both?
I could bring back, when I bring back in April, when I bring back those other code updates, I could include this one and the relating subdivision. And then, following would be the general plan amendment on the ag mitigation policy.
Okay. So that would be a potential. Does anyone have a motion? Is that okay with everyone? I think we have to put it in a form of a motion because we're initiating a general plan amendment. What I stated, is that okay, or is there somebody else want something else? Can I entertain a motion for approval?
Moved as stated.
All right, and we have a first and a second.
Second.
All's in favor, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Cosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger? Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
5-0, motion passes.
Do we want to go into closed session, or do we want to, how long would we need on the housing element? What's the preference from staff?
Have the presentation done in 10 minutes.
Let's make her wait.
Let's go for it. All right, let's move on. Then, sorry, I just accidentally closed my thing, but let's move on to item number 3.3.
Alrighty, there we go. Hi everyone, Stephanie Reck, Associate Planner. I cover the duties of a housing coordinator for your county, so I'm here to present the Housing Element Annual Progress Report. So let's get into it. Before we specifically discuss the report, I just want to provide you with a brief refresher on what the housing element is. So the housing element is a component of our general plan, but it is updated more frequently than the general plan. Our housing element is updated every 8 years, and the general plan is updated every 20 years. So the housing element is used to identify adequately zoned sites to meet housing needs for all income levels. It is also used to develop strategies to provide for and meet those needs. As part of the housing element, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, otherwise known as HCD, issues our jurisdiction's Regional Housing Needs Allocation, otherwise known as RHNA, which is the projected housing needs for our area over an 8-year period that needs to be planned for within our housing element. So the Housing Element Annual Progress Report tracks our jurisdiction's progress towards meeting our RHNA. So our housing element includes goals and policies, avenues for financial resources, and other quantified objectives related to the development and preservation of housing. There are 5 broad goals within our 6-cycle draft housing element. To address each of these goals, the county has implemented various policies and programs. The purpose of these policies focus aspects of the main goals, and the purpose of the programs to provide access and resources to meet the needs of the main goals. So goal 1 is to focus on the availability of housing. Within this, the county implements 6 policies. Goal 2 focuses on the development of housing. Within this, the county implements another 6 policies. Goal 3 is to focus on the maintenance of housing. Within this, the county implements 2 policies. Goal 4 focuses on providing equal housing opportunity. Within this, the county implements an additional 3 policies. And goal 5 is to focus on energy conservation, and within this, the county implements 4 policies. Within the 6-cycle draft, the county commits to 52 programs to address these goals and policies, and some of the programs are intermixed, so they might address more than one goal. So Table D in your Housing Element Annual Progress Report details the progress made with regards to each of these policies and programs for the 2024 calendar year. So the 6-cycle housing element began on June 30th, 2023, and will span to December 31st, 2031. Due to a mid-year change in cycles, the housing element, there is some discrepancy with units you'll see reported for the 2023 calendar year. It does not show the complete number of units for the entirety of 2023, but only the number of units that were permitted after June 30th, 2023. I just want to make that clear because the numbers will appear low. Also, to be clear, the report you're presented with today is for 2024. I'm just trying to clarify why you're going to see some discrepancy in some numbers. So what is included in the housing element APR? Annually, our jurisdiction is required to submit this report, which details our status and progress we've made. The report details project applications, issued building permits, and certificates of occupancy for 1 calendar year. Once the report is complete, it's presented to both the Planning Commission and the board before being submitted to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the State Department of Housing and Community Development on April 1st of each year, so part 2 of Ariel's birthday present. I'm going to review this quickly, but this is sort of the housing element update timeline. We began our process in January 2021 when we approved our REAP grants to be allocated for the housing element update. In November of 2022, HCD approved COGS methodology for the allocation of RENA. And then in March 2023, we entered into our contract with Kimley Horn and Associates, who are conducting our housing element update. So here's where we are today. The first draft of the housing element was submitted on June 19th, 2024. We are currently in our third round of revision with the state. And a recent update that's not included on this timeline is that HCD did provide preliminary response to our third submission on January 20th. As the county is still within the 60-day review window, we incorporated necessary revisions and resubmitted to the state for preliminary review on March 4th, 2024. So the county is now awaiting HCD's formal response on this third round of revisions. So once the draft housing element is deemed to be in substantial compliance by HCD, it will be brought before the Board of Supervisors for adoption. If the housing element is adopted by the board, the county will then be in full compliance with the state. And so we won't be subject to a builder's remedy. So here's our RENA allocation methodology option F that was adopted by COG and approved by HCD. You'll notice a total of 5,005 units were allocated for our 3 jurisdictions listed in the column on the right marked RENA. Unincorporated San Benito County was allocated 754 of those units to be broken down at 246 very low income, 198 low income, 103 moderate income, and 207 for above moderate income. Additionally, the county is required to report on extremely low income units, which is a default number that is 1/2 of the very low income unit category. So in other words, we will be required to report on 123 extremely low income units that would otherwise be included in the very low income category. I would like to point out that as a county, we're only required to plan for these units. We are not required to fund the construction of these units. So we're just ensuring in our housing element that sites selected are adequately zoned to meet this number. So here's a brief overview of some work accomplished in 2024. There was the approval of the Lands of Lee project, which will produce 121 single-family units, 20 duets, and 30 ADUs that will be deed restricted rentals, 55-year for low income. The county also permitted 11 extremely low income units at the Migrant Center. This is part of an overall project that will have 16 units at the Migrant Center for either transitional or permanent housing, but 5 of those units were previously permitted in a prior cycle. So here we have Table B of our housing element, which reports our progress. Again, I just want to point out that the 5th cycle ended on June 30th, 2023. So the 6th cycle only reports units that were permitted between July and December of 2023. So for reference, a total of 230 residential units were permitted in 2023. 199 of those are encompassed in the 5th cycle report, and 31 are encompassed in the 6th cycle report, which you see on the screen. So for 2024, the county issued 180 above moderate units and 11 extremely low income units, which get counted towards our very low income progress. So you'll see that we've already exceeded the need for above moderate units in the 6th cycle with a total of 211 issued units to date, with 191 issued in 2024. So we still have a remaining unmet need of 235 very low, 198 low, and 103 moderate income units. And so staff requests that the Board of Supervisors accept this report and direct staff to submit to OPR and HCD by April 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no
You can fill it out afterward, Joseph. If you want to come up and speak and just fill it out after.
Hi, my name is Joe. Just for the record, because I didn't have the card. My name is Joe, and I would like to ask, how did we get? I'd just like to ask for the record. Of course, can't get an answer during a public comments. My question, I guess, would be, how did we get to a state where we have so many, where we have met our unaffordable housing numbers, but are not our affordable housing numbers? That's a really I mean, that kind of says a lot right there. I hope things change soon. Thank you.
I have
Here-
no further public
Great,
comment.
bring it back to the board. Supervisor Curl, would you like to start?
I just have one comment, and you made the comment that we don't have to fund for development, but we have to zone to meet the requirements. How does infrastructure play into that? Water, wastewater, PG&E, road infrastructure. We plan for it, but if we don't have the infrastructure, how do we build it?
So we do cover governmental and non-governmental constraints in our housing element, so that is something we plan for. We do understand that there is a lack of sewer and water. I'm going to let Abraham more directly answer that question, though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Supervisor Curl, for that question. And that, as Stephanie indicated, that is a section in our housing element that we must address in regards to government constraints and also non-governmental constraints. But you're absolutely right. Here in the county of San Benito, we don't have a sanitary sewer system. We depend on the city of Hollister for that, and we don't have a water purveyor system either. We depend on other entities as well, and so therefore, it's just another process that's added to the entitlement process. That essentially, if a developer wants to come in, we of course review the entitlement process, but there is a requirement that they also apply to the city of Hollister for sanitary sewer, and so and then that takes a process itself, because there is a requirement for a request for out of jurisdiction services. That's one way, and then if it goes through the process, and if the city at that point sees everything and says, well, there is capacity, so then we can potentially serve it, and if they vote for it, then at that point it goes to the local agency formation commission, LAFCO, to make that determination. One of the issues that we're kind of looking at right now, it's that the city of Hollister is coming to the point where they are currently serving their existing development, and it appears that they can serve part or all of their approved but not yet built development, but it appears that they're having issues to be able to serve any additional development after that. So at this point, it looks like they're looking at a potential study, or maybe we have to clarify with them that they're going into a study to try to determine how that's gonna, the outcome of that for the future of the sanitary sewer system.
I appreciate that, because it's something that when we're working with our state legislative representatives, we need to make sure they understand without this infrastructure, we can't meet these numbers. And I know that's known at this level, but just making it aware for the public. Also, when you discuss out-of-service area agreements, that's an out-of-service area agreement to an agency that provides that service, and it's an alternative. It's not just out-of-service area with a developer. I just want to make sure that that's clear so that the public is aware. We have constraints, and that's going to cause us not to be able to meet our housing numbers.
Thank you.
Velasquez?
Yeah, and I'm glad you clarified that. A lot of misinformation going out there saying we have to build this, we have to build it. Absolutely false. What we have to do is plan, is what you're pointing out. And the services, the whole point, the whole problem is by allowing projects to happen further out from the city, we're creating islands. And this is a problem we had in the past. Now we have all these issues, and we say, well, how was this ever approved in the first place? This is exactly it. And the way you do this correctly is you plan very close to the city for any of these projects, so that eventually the city is supposed to annex that project into their city limits. That's how it's done. That's how it should be done. And if we had done that in the past, we'd have more affordable housing, because the speaker earlier pointed something out. We were so focused, not we, I'm not saying anybody here was, but whoever was so focused on allowing developers to just build single-family homes for profits that we forgot about our own residents. And we didn't provide housing for our residents. This is how we get into trouble. This is how we end up with more traffic. This is why we don't have the jobs locally. All of it starts to combine. Good planning helps solve that. So I'm excited about what's going on, and I think we're going to make some more improvements here, start protecting more of our farmland, and plan correctly. So thank you guys. Thanks for that 10 minutes.
You're welcome. Through the chair, I just want to say you'll notice our housing element sites are all planned for with either within the sphere of influence or they're county islands located within the city. So to your comments, that's exactly how we planned for our upcoming sixth cycle.
Thank you, Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, wow. Imagine my shock. We already hit the above moderate. You know, I don't need to go through everything again to sound like a broken record every time we talk about this. It's sort of the same concern. So I'll just say I do like the direction that we're going, and I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Sotelo?
I don't have anything further to add, so thank you.
And I don't have much either. I agree with everything Supervisor Velasquez said, and the misinformation is pretty startling. You know, everyone's an expert on RENA and the housing element on Facebook, and they're almost always wrong. And I will say also, if just briefly, Abraham, there was an article that went out that was really focused on two projects in the county and on a county island, and it was giving the implication that the builder's remedy is going to essentially mean these projects are a done deal and there's nothing we can do about it. Can you just briefly address that?
Absolutely, Chair Kuzmicki. So, yeah, there was an article that provided information in regards to builder's remedy. And yes, the county is working on trying to certify, and Stephanie did a good job indicating all the process. Since prior to 2023, we started the initiation of our general plan update for our housing element update. And then one of the things that I wanted to include, and I know she has it on her presentation, is that when we went, and I know that there was like a time frame from when we went out to get the consultant to when we got the consultant, it was a few rounds, because the first time we went out, we weren't getting any bids. It was just saturated. You know, all the different jurisdictions are working on the housing element, on their housing element update. So finally, we got a consultant on board, and we were able to work, you know, through it. And so, to answer your question, Supervisor Chair Kuzmicki, you're absolutely right. Even though we don't have currently a certified housing element, and we're working on that, and fingers crossed, we're hoping that this is our last round, because we're working very closely with HCD to get that hopefully certified. Because of the lack of the current housing element being updated, we do fall into builder's remedy. However, there is still a process. Even though projects that go through builder's remedy are not just automatically approved, there is a process for each development or application that's received to be able to go through and be able to be vetted and analyzed clearly. And there is, the law does provide for specific items that indicate how a jurisdiction could potentially reject a builder's remedy application. And one of them is that the jurisdiction has objectable, quantifiable reasons to potentially reject. And so, not that we're looking into it specifically, but we're working with county council on this, and lack of sanitary sewer system, lack of water purveyor system can potentially be one of those reasons. And so we're looking at that, and you know, we're looking at the law, and we want to meet all of the aspects of the law, but also make sure that the public understands, the community understands that there is a process, and we are following it as best as possible.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none, entertain a motion to accept the 2024 Housing Element Annual Progress Report.
So move.
We have a first, we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second, Supervisor Curro, all those in favor, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Kuzmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
All right, we'll head into closed session, and we will be back in about an hour at the earliest, I'd say.
Thank you, supervisors.
I would say at least an hour.
An hour, yep.
Public comment.
Oh, yes, public comment for closed session. Thank you. Do we have any, yeah, we have to call. Do we have any public comment for closed session?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
All right, thank you. We'll be back in about an hour.
Yeah. Does it look like that? Look at how it's like,
Recording stopped.
Annie, did you?
Recording in progress.
All right, well, if everyone's ready, we'll call the meeting back to order. And that would take us to our final item on the regular agenda, which would be, oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, another bunch on my part. Can you please report out a closed session, County Council?
Keeps going on. Conference with legal counsel on pending litigation, 2 cases. The board was given information and direction to staff was provided. Closed session on 4.2, public employee performance evaluation, county council. The evaluation was completed. 4.3, anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel. On that, information was given and direction was provided to staff. 4.4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Again, information was given and direction was provided to staff.
Thank you for that. So that would take us back to our regular agenda, item 3.4, receive and discuss updates from committees and ad hocs and provide staff direction if desired. I don't think there's a staff report on this. It would just be a discussion among supervisors. And I think Supervisor Curl, you had suggested this. So if you would like to, I'll just give you the floor if you want to get started.
Oh, well, are you guys
Unless you want-
happy that I suggested this or not? I'm going to try and do this
good.
really fast, but after going through everything, it's like, well, we'll see how this goes. So, we're going to start with 3CE, which is the Central Coast Community Energy. I know the chair is very well aware and other board members are aware of this group. I did do the orientation. I think there's some education that could be done for the public understanding what 3CE and making sure that we're updating the website so it's no longer saying the Monterey, blah, 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 blah. Because having it spelled out that it's Central Coast Community Engineering and that it is a portion of your PG&E bill, it's your energy, not your gas. So that's the only thing. The orientation was phenomenal. That I will say I learned a lot in this incredible orientation. That it was like a 4.5-hour orientation. AMBAG, we're meeting this week. I have nothing really to report on AMBAG. That's the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. AAA. AAA is the Area Agency on Aging Committee, and there's been a lot of conversations out there right now, and I just wanted to set the record straight on a couple of things that are going on. Number one, the AAA is San Benito County and Santa Cruz County. We are a AAA. We are not affiliated as a AAA with any other county. We report and advise to the Senior Council, and the Senior Council is a nonprofit organization that we report to, and they're the ones that make the actual decisions. We are representing our residents and make recommendations to support our residents. Santa Cruz has been very good to us over the years because if you did straight population in where our revenues and funding comes for our senior services, San Benito County would have probably about a third of what we get right now. If we did straight population, Santa Cruz County actually gives us a higher percentage because they know there's no way we'd be able to create these services without that higher support. So I want to thank the Senior Council for all of their support for San Benito County. Currently, there's some information out there that I just want to clear up. There are 2 RFPs going on right now. One is through COG and it's senior transportation, and the other one is for nutritional, essentially it's Meals on Wheels, but it's nutritional services. And both of those RFPs are going through a process that we cannot discuss until the process is completed, but no services are in jeopardy of being lost. It's just who will be providing those services. So I just wanted to make sure that we were all aware that the number one focus of the AAA's recommendations to the Senior Council is to ensure the services are the best possible services and we're serving as many seniors as possible in our community. And I just want to thank, the members that are on. We have a whole new group on the AAA. Very exciting. They're very motivated. They did another great orientation for our new members, so that was nice to see. Behavioral health, I'll let Supervisor Sotelo add in on anything. Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah. Behavioral health, I reported last meeting. I don't think I need to report anything else because just ensuring that we're collaborating our mental health services with whatever is happening at the hospital. That was a topic that came up at the last meeting. But I really don't have anything new to report on that one. CSAC, I reported out last meeting because we had a CSAC meeting, so I'm not going to add anything else, just knowing that CSAC is very actively trying to work with what the funding restrictions are coming from the feds. And I'm just going to reiterate, they're relying on local counties to work with their departments on identifying where these funding challenges may be happening. Emergency Medical Care Commission, we met at the very beginning of January for our first quarter. I reported out on that one, so I'm not going to report out again, except for to reiterate that communication and collaboration and support of the board is so crucial in ensuring the support that departments and employees need to be participating in our emergency preparedness. What are they're called? What am I? It's on the back of our badge. We're emergency workers.
Disaster services.
Yeah, there we go. Our disaster services, understanding what that means and appreciating that admin has incorporated that in a new employee orientation, but understanding that there are roles that are assigned to employees that have to go through specific training and making sure that we're getting employees trained. Our preparedness is our employees' preparedness, and I just thank all of our employees that help support the preparedness for disaster, ramping up on disasters. Anyhow, IWM, which is the Integrated Waste Management Regional Agency Local Task Force, this is part of that. Sometimes it's not good to change everybody on a task force at once. We have 3 brand new members and there's only 3 of us. And the first item we were given was to approve the recommended budget, and we were handed it at the meeting. Staff was amazing and took all of our questions, and we're having a special meeting because we needed time to absorb it. But this is a really great, I'm excited to be on this committee. Hollister Council Member Dolores Morales is on it. San Juan Batista Council Member Jose, am I saying the name wrong? Arade, I know I'm saying it wrong, I apologize for that, are the new members of the task force. We are really looking at, already in just our very first meeting, we see that there are some areas where maybe we need to relook at our agreements and make sure that things are current, looking at cost plan items. But what we will be recommending in the budget is going to be through this next special meeting that we're having. I believe it's next week. Also, from that committee, We were informed about the Recology Art Poster Contest deadline, which is beginning this Friday at 5 p.m. at the Board of, oh no, she asked, can you make this announcement at the Board of Supervisors meeting? The contest is open. It's open until Friday, and this contest is for TK through 12 grades, and there are 15 winners will be announced on Earth Day on April 19th, but the deadline is this Friday at 5 p.m. to submit posters and display. These are the ones that go on the Recology trucks. So any of our youth or teens that want to do this, this is how you get your art on the side of a wonderful Recology collector vehicle. I don't want to say trash truck. Mobility Partnership has not yet met this year. We're meeting tomorrow, and everybody on the board knows, so it's Santa Clara and San Benito County, Caltrans 4 and 5. It's VTA and COG. Main topics are 10125. I think that's going to be with the safety improvements that they're bringing. That's going to be a big topic. Ensuring that the public understands that the flyover at 101 and 25 has not been approved or funded. These are safety improvements that are happening at 101 and 25. And then always keeping in mind the 152 trade corridor and the Highway 25 conversation that's been going on. Public Defender's oversight, I'm going to leave that to Mindy as she's the chair. The RAN committee, which is the Remote Access Network Committee, I reached out to the sheriff, and I don't have a meeting date yet, but this, just so everybody knows, because I didn't really understand what this committee was about, determines the equipment placements, example, operations of automated fingerprint identification systems within the county or counties, and coordinating and accepting delivery of installation of the RAN equipment. The board also develops procedures and policies relating to ongoing use and maintenance of the equipment. I'm not sure, my questions were, do we even have policies in place? I don't think we do, so I think that's our first step, is to get some policies in place. I'm not going to report fully on NACO because Supervisor Zanger is the delegate, but I did attend NACO, and I will say the Technology Innovation Forum that is a full day before the conference that Friday was amazing. The number of questions and elected officials that attended this year was a first. Typically, it's the CIOs, but elected officials are attending these because AI and the use of AI in government, and I know Supervisor Zanger had proposed, we really need to bring back that AI conversation and what our policy is. There's some great, real use cases that have been brought forward from many of the counties across the country. So I am hoping that I can include that in the IT ad hoc conversation and report back with some information about what's happening, if that's okay with the board. The Farm Bureau did a great presentation. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I am going to share my notes, which I think I did share already with administration. The key items, these tariffs that are happening are going to affect our farmers. The ag industry is going to take a hit. The fertilizer components, some of those components come from Canada, and they only come from Canada. So we are going to see some issues, and I am hopeful that I'll be able to bring a little more information back about maybe what we can do to support our ag community by letters of recommendations and impacts to our legislative representatives so that they can voice the impacts. But I am really looking forward to being on this ag focus, or the ag element, and the steering stakeholder group. So the Farm Bill, can't believe it. Here we are still talking about the Farm Bill has not been passed. We are hopeful that we will be able to get it passed this year. There were some resolutions that were brought forward which would have killed the Farm Bill. One was taking the SNAP program for our our vulnerable communities out of the Farm Bill, which is the only way we got it to be a bipartisan Farm Bill. So those impacts were discussed in length on the Saturday Ag and Rural Steering Committee. They're asking us to send letters of support to the Secretary of Agriculture when it comes to pushing a farm bill through this year and making sure that it's a bipartisan bill so it moves through quickly. But the SNAP program is definitely where the federal government is looking at where can they make cuts. And I'm concerned that if the cuts happen too drastically, we're going to be having residents that will be impacted. The other big thing is, out of everything that was discussed from the legislative representatives on the panel, was what are you doing to support family farmers? It was not a good response, and I think there's going to be some struggles for our local family farmers if we don't start having bigger voices from the local to the national, because things are happening that are just going to be trickle-down effects and are really going to hurt our family farmers. So with that, I did also attend the Rural Caucus, but I think Supervisor Zanger, you were at the Rural Caucus. The Rural Caucus, the main items that I noted were, hold please, one sec. Medicaid affects the impact of the state. Rural hospitals and Medicaid concerns. There was a huge push on the Rural Caucus that we need better reimbursements from Medicaid. So there's a lot of rural counties that are really pushing to support rural hospitals and getting more revenue coming back. So that is the main topic. Then counties are also looking at how their HHSA departments are being hit with the cuts at the federal level. I really recommend that CAO Ring actually works with HHSA, and any impacts that they're seeing down on their budgets, if they could bring that information forward, especially maybe to the budget ad hoc, because there's going to be issues with revenue coming in on those programs, and things are going to have to be cut. The big thing is if we have stories of the impacts, for example, how our residents are being impacted because they can't get fertilizer or certain items for fertilizer, individual farm and individual impacts on social services, those stories are golden. They will listen to us if we bring a name and a person that's been impacted. That's what they want to hear. They do not want us to be vague. They do not want us to say, yes, this is impacting us because we're a rural county. They want the stories. So any stories that you have on any of these items, feel free, pass people my way so I can bring those stories to light at these meetings, especially for CSAC. FEMA reimbursement was a huge item. So many counties across the nation are just frustrated, and FEMA reform is a big topic at the county level. So anything that we do with these FEMA letters of recommendations is also including in them reform. We need FEMA reform to be able to ensure that FEMA is funded, because what's happening is the legislature, and Zoe Lofgren even admitted to it herself, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren did admit, if they don't budget it, we don't get the money, and they're not budgeting it. So they've got to budget FEMA appropriately. So that's a huge thing. Direct funding like ARPA was discussed in length at the Rural Caucus also. And they had 30 resolution stats. There were 36 total resolutions and 14 sponsors at the last NACO board meeting. And just in the Ag and Rural Steering Committee, out of our 4, we had 3 that were passed and moved on to the board. So with that, I think that's it, because I have nothing to update on the Vets Park Commission. When it comes to ad hocs, all I'm going to say is I've basically reported out on the drought and water, which Supervisor Kosmicki is on with me. I attended in September of 24 the drought resilient plan and the draft plan. This plan is to ensure that we have water for our future. So it'll be really interesting to see where our comments went. because there were a lot of comments from that group. I'll let Supervisor Kosmicki do Hazel Hawkins. IT, we haven't met yet. We'll bring that this week with the NACO information. And sanitary solutions, I'll let Supervisor Zanger update on sanitary solutions. Thank you.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Thank you. I'll report on COG, Council of Governments. What we're working on this year is trying to update what exactly is going on with the major roads in our community and it going into Santa Clara County. So what we're trying to do, what we will be doing soon, is going over exactly what's happening with Highway 156, the true costs, timelines for completion, Highway 25, which is the major one that we need to go over because that has risen from $240 million upwards of $800 million. So what we're going to be doing is looking at if there is any alternatives, what we can do, maybe keep it on the existing alignment, looking at any and every option because the public has been told this road's going to be done within 8 to 10 years, and it's not going to happen. And there's no point, I keep telling people, to lie to the public is just not what we need to be doing right now. What we need to be doing is telling the truth. And somehow, I don't think the public is in the mood for more taxes to make up for the $400 or $500 million difference it's going to take to finish Highway 25. So what we have to do is be honest and see what we can do with some of the original ideas. If we could do phase one, overpass, 156-25, or other widening in certain sections. But we have to be upfront and honest about it. Also, we'll be looking at roads such as Union. What's the true cost of widening Union from Airline to the 156? What's the true cost of widening Highway 25 or Airline from Sunset to Fairview? And there's a lot of talk of growth in that area, but people seem to forget there's a cost to it. And it's, I remember looking back into it probably 6 years ago, and I remember the cost of the Airline portion to Fairview was upwards of $60 million, and the cost for Union was upwards of $80 million. So I'm expecting that price to be much, much higher. So part of that is looking at what the true impact fees should be for the roads. And we'll be having that discussion real soon because the county and the cities all have to participate in that so we can get the funding to do a new impact study. I'm also on Mobility Partnership. We're going to, as was mentioned, we'll meet tomorrow. And that over there is working on the new off-ramp at 25, as you mentioned, at 101. And looking forward to that. When we first started talking about that project, the original idea was actually a flyover on that. And we were pushing for that, but what happened was Caltrans came back and said, you can't do it, the highway's not wide enough at this point, so you have to do this other safety improvement on this side, which we realize better than doing nothing, although it's much cheaper. I think it's $130 million, when I was there last, and the flyover would be somewhere of $300-400 million. So we're gonna get there with those partners. I heard there's other projects happening, but the goal is to get people updated on exactly what's happening and what the timelines are on all the major highways.
Thank you, Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. All right, first, San Justo ad hoc. Been going through the history and timeline of events all the way back to the ballot language from decades ago. And so we're finding some interesting things. And it's sort of just, right now we're just working through everything. Like I said, working through the history and dealing with the surprisingly difficult task of getting in touch with someone serious from the Bureau of Reclamation. We're also at the same time, of course, coordinating things with our representatives at the state level who have been involved in this. Congressman Lofgren's been involved in this in the past, as was Jimmy Panetta. And so we're working through that, and we're going to keep trying to, like I said, get in touch with the Bureau of Reclamation and get some more answers on things. Next, the housing policy ad hoc. Working through all the board recommendations we got when the ad hoc was created. We've been making a lot of progress. There's a lot we've been doing. We've been looking at a lot of different jurisdictions and seeing some very interesting, creative, I guess, policies that they have in place that we hadn't even thought of. So that's looking good. But it takes time. We're finding because there's a lot of the pieces are very dependent on each other. They're very intricate, and you change one thing, well then that's going to affect this thing and the zoning and the percentages, and so we're working on just putting that puzzle together right now. I don't know when exactly we'll be ready to bring it back to the board, but probably a couple more meetings. Audit committee, we had our one meeting and we came back to a recommendation for the independent auditor that the board approved. Community corrections partnership, we haven't met yet. Tourism committee, we did meet and we voted on a series of things here. We voted to recommend the Board of Supervisors discuss and give direction with potentially moving forward on the RFP process on a marketing firm for marketing and branding San Benito County as home of the Pinnacles. We also voted to approve a letter of support to urge the legislators for support in renaming Highway 25. So that'll come back to the jurisdictions. We recommended bringing in Jennifer Lane from the Arts Council to discuss signage for Pinnacles along the highway. And that's also a conversation with Caltrans and our partners, but we want to bring the Arts Council in to get their input on that and see how they could be part of it. There was a recommendation to bring back a hotel incentive program for further discussion with more templates of other programs already being used. And finally, we are adding one member from the Pinnacles, someone associated with Pinnacles, and one member from the wine industry to the committee to have sort of a representation of tourism in the county. So that's it so far on tourism. Next, sanitary solutions. We have a presentation coming to the board very soon. Do you remember the date, Angela, by any chance? Supervisor Carrell?
I think it was the second meeting in March, so
Here
it's
it is.
coming up next meeting, it should be.
It should be here next meeting. It's going to be very, very informative. We have been basically, exploring everything under the sun, taking tours of other landfills, meeting with other operators, meeting with our current operator. We've been just exploring all possibilities, and we're going to present all of that. And I think there will definitely be some direction to come from the presentation at that point. Intergovernmental, we haven't met yet. Let's see. Governance, haven't met yet. And NACO, I was at the NACO Legislative Conference as well. Supervisor Curro touched on a lot of it. I'll say one of the things that I thought was valuable, of course, was meeting with our federal representatives. Between Supervisor Curro and I, we met with Congresswoman Lofgren, Senator Schiff, and I think Supervisor Curro even spoke with Senator Padilla some bit as well. I think we focused primarily on tourism. We talked about Pinnacles. We talked about the Riverview Park. We talked about Clearwater. A lot of tourism-related issues we talked to representatives about. And unfortunately, a lot of what we were hearing was, we heard some of the, we can look into that and we'll try to push on that. And we're going to have our lobbyist said that he would follow up with their staffs to make sure that these things don't get forgotten. But unfortunately, right now, there is a lot of, uncertainty would be the word. And Congressman Lofgren was particularly candid and said, maybe we can help, maybe not. We don't really know right now because funding's so in the air right now. And so there's a lot of uncertainty, I guess, with some of the changes that are being made at the federal level. And so our representatives are just sort of dealing with that. But they did seem interested with our issues, and they did say they would work on pushing forward things like, even something like more parking at Pinnacles so that we can actually have people stay there. And so Senator Schiff said that would be something he would follow up on. And so we'll make sure that doesn't get forgotten. Beyond that, at NACO, attended all the different presentations and workshops on art, housing, environment, land use, immigration, more. Lots to glean from those. I'm not going to get into everything right now, but there's just some things that I'm going to be following up on. There's potential grant opportunities, things like that. And again, a lot of the theme, even from NACO, was still a lot of, it was almost an unfortunate timing for the conference to be, because they didn't have a lot of the answers that I think a lot of counties were looking for at the time. So that'll just be developing slowly, I think. I believe that is everything.
Great, thank you, Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. I've done a lot of my updates as we've, had our monthly or, bi-monthly meetings. So I'm going to try to kind of I've got it all here, but I'm going to try to kind of go a little quicker. But there was a few things that I didn't include because I was trying to hurry as we were going through some of our normal meetings. So on RCRC, which is the rural counties representing rural California, John Pashong of San Luis Obispo County will be representing our Region 5 on the RCRC Executive Committee. San Benito County is a part of Region 5, and so Region 5 includes Tulare, Kings, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, Monterey, Madera, and Merced. So I just wanted you all to know who is sitting on the executive committee and is representing our region. And then I thought it was important to mention one of the ad hocs last year for RCRC was the Williamson Act. And so, you know, kind of what they came back with and said is that we really got to stay focused and engaged on this issue. The Williamson Act was enacted in 1965. This is the 60th year for the anniversary, and that there is nothing that has been done that has made a bigger impact in conserving lands. So, you know, just something for us to think about and just kind of always at the forefront of how important Williamson Act is. The next meeting for RCRC is March 26th. The Juvenile Justice Commission, they meet monthly. Pretty much a lot of the stuff is just reviewing staffing, occupancy levels, any issues. They're a great committee. Many have been on there for years. I think Chief Canez is doing a great job. She continues to kind of review and improve things. She's been, you know, working with the board, reviewing bylaws, things of that sort. Something new to note, they are doing a journaling class with some of the youth, I think on Sundays. And they just recently started back up their culinary class with Mike Fisher for the youth. So two of those are, you know, just really positive. First 5 recruiting for an executive director. Most of the conversation has circled around that and around the 211 kind of helpline. The 3CE, I am the alternate. I did attend the orientation as well. And I just want to go over kind of what the purpose of the JPA of 3CE is. I think this is obviously a lot of people up here, you know, my colleagues know what this is, but I think this is important for the public to understand what 3CE is and what their purpose is. There is 5 items. So one is reduce greenhouse gas emissions, provide electric power, programs to facilitate electrifying, stimulating, and sustaining local economies, long-term electric rate stability. So those are kind of the guiding purpose for 3CE. So very interesting. And as Supervisor Curro said, the orientation was fantastic. AMBAG, we have a meeting tomorrow. I will just say again, the first meeting was really dealing with the 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan. Has to be done every 4 years. Federal and state transportation dollars come from having this plan, and you're looking at a 20-year horizon period. Right now, the schedule for adoption is going to be June 2026. And in this, we can only approve what is reasonably believed that we can get funding for. Right now, the draft revenues for the 2050 MTP for our county is $1.9 billion. And the AMBAG region as a whole is $15.5 billion. The Pajaro Flood Prevention Watershed Authority, we had a meeting. Our next meeting is in April, and we'll be visiting the Santa Clara Valley Water. IT ad hoc first meeting is coming up on Thursday. The Public Defender Oversight Committee, we are still working on our member appointments. We are reviewing the bylaws. We are talking about financial eligibility, making sure that the people that are getting or that are appointed a public defender, that they are financially eligible for that. And we continue to review the public defender caseload every meeting. So hopefully we'll have some stuff to bring back to the board very soon. As far as the AAA, Supervisor Curro did a great job reporting on that. I am sitting on the review panel, and so hopefully we will have some I'll hopefully have a better update. Right now, it's kind of all very confidential because we're in the review process right now. And so let's see, what else? The Vets Park Commission, the first meeting was canceled this year due to not having the supervisor appointments yet. It's beginning of January, and so didn't have those yet. Our next meeting is in April. The biggest highlight of things that were done is the remodel of the bathrooms, which are not quite open yet, but hopefully will be very soon. So I think those are my updates for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll try to go quick. So the fire ad hoc with Supervisor Velasquez, very significant progress on negotiations for a new contract, still ongoing, but it's been very productive as we work toward a positive solution and expect that to be resolved pretty soon. Roads ad hoc, we've recommended the hiring of a project management consultant to oversee repaving projects, recommended using a portion of around $1 million in personnel savings this fiscal year toward a weed abatement contract that'll be coming to the board soon to try to make sure that we're not behind on weed abatement this year. And then we're exploring financing options on potential of another future round of road projects, and we're recommending just increased use of cold in place method of repaving on certain types of roads due to the significant cost savings to get more bang for the buck. The hospital, just broadly, just continuing efforts to promote transparency about the hospital situation. Otherwise, we're pretty much in limbo as they're working through their transaction terms, and I think it goes without saying we're anticipating the likelihood for some sort of proposed transaction, and we'll see what happens from there. Tourism Committee, Supervisor Zenger covered that. The only other thing I'd add is just there was some discussion about the potential for transit, pursuing funding from the feds, transit to and from Pinnacles to also potentially alleviate the parking issue. And I don't need to repeat COG, LAFCO. We approved sending a letter to special districts informing them LAFCO is no longer interested in initiating the invitation of special districts to join LAFCO. But of course, special districts, just to make it very extra clear, still have the right to pursue joining LAFCO on their own. We have suspended for now, moving forward on, because we came in, it was our very first meeting as well, a very extensive wastewater municipal services review document. So we suspended that until we can have more dialogue with the new Hollister City Council about the implications of the regional wastewater plant concept and the desire from their jurisdiction on that. And then we've created ad hocs to take a closer look at the wastewater MSR and the city's MSR as well, municipal service reviews, which is part of the LAFCO function. And then we have removed public members, Richard Betancourt and Elias Salinas, and this Thursday we'll be interviewing applicants to fill those roles. And as far as Monterey Bay Air Resources District, we had a really good presentation from Regen Monterey, which is essentially the landfill over there, on their gas collection technology. And I expressed interest in exploring the viability of the same technology here. And they followed up immediately and started the conversation with Selena Stoller from Integrated Waste. So there's continuing discussions on that and just whether there's a benefit to our community with that sort of thing. And then RDA oversight, just to approve the budget, primary requirement of the committee each year. And Leadership Council for Homelessness will be holding their annual Lead Me Home Summit in April in Salinas, and I'll be giving opening remarks as co-chair of Leadership Council. Are there any questions or comments from supervisors on any of these items that everybody put out there? Go ahead, Supervisor Curl.
Supervisor Zenger triggered something from the meeting with Congresswoman Zolofgren's office and herself. She and I didn't know this. Supervisor Zenger, I guess, brought it to my attention. There's the superintendent of the Pinnacles National Park is no longer with us, so they're hiring for a new, and that is part of where cuts are being looked at. Just forewarning that parks are going to take hits right now at the federal level. The other thing was that there was a master park plan or a park master plan for Pinnacles that was in the works while the former superintendent was there. Not sure if you have that. I don't have that, but Congresswoman Lofgren knew about it. So there's something floating out there, which would be helpful for your tourism committee. And then coming up with more actual cost needs for parking or transportation were the only other requests from Congresswoman Lofgren. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments from the board? Do we have public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, which there's nobody, on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, thank you. That finishes that item up. That would take us to item 5.1, future agenda items. We have one proposed future agenda item, which is from Supervisor Velasquez. Go ahead if you want to.
Thank you. I wanted to bring this up and talk about Jim Riding Sword. He, Jim or James, was very instrumental in helping create a year-round homeless shelter. Jim and I started working together in late 13, late 14. And at the time, no one was really interested in doing anything. I mean, we all cared at the time, but back then all we had here was the winter shelter. Jim started calling me at the city to talk about a year-round shelter and how important it was that we work together as city and county. So Jim found a seminar that was happening in Santa Barbara talking about year-round shelters for the homeless. And him and I went down there, and we then committed to finding a way to get a shelter built here. And at the time, there was myself on the city side, and on the county side was Margie Barrios that was dedicated to it. And Jim was that driving force that kept finding ways to make it happen. And there was I talk about this one meeting one time where we were sitting around going over ideas and grants that were available. And there was one grant that was available, but there was a really short window that we could get it done in time. And Jim was talking to staff, and everybody was saying, we just can't do it. We just can't do it in time. And then Jim looked at me and said, well, what do you think? I said, well, I know one thing. If we don't apply, we can't get the money. So he turned around, looked at the staff, and he said, well, you heard him. Let's get to work. A month later, we found out that we won the grant, and we were on our way to building a year-round shelter. But part of that is on the Central Coast, I would go to meetings, and there was literally 7 people that would show up at a meeting for the homeless. And nobody had any hope. By the time we finished our shelter, San Benito County was a model for the entire Central Coast on how to get the homeless problem, not solved, but help. And now if you go to these meetings, you'll have 50, 60 people hanging around these meetings, everybody talking about all these great ideas. So I wanted to make sure that Jim's, remember, he passed away several years back. So I thought it'd be important to rename the shelter in honor of Mr. Riding Sword. I brought this up.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, is there consent from the board to bring that back? I would say yes for me. Yep, okay, we're good on that. So that would take us to adjournment. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.